So Rockstar has posted something. Grand Theft Auto 6 and extended look premieres on Netflix Thursday, August 27th at 3 p.m. That's insane because I made a joke about the possibility of GTA 6 coming to Netflix before it came everywhere else. And it's kind of happening. Okay, well, we didn't get much there. He's wearing a shirt with a walrus on it, and she is still a baddie, but is now wearing branding communicating that fact. Behind here, we've got same zero petrol station, and that's it. Breadcrumbs. I appreciate them saying when it is going down so we don't have to continue to speculate. Laughing emoji. And that's it. I mean, that is like at the very end of summer though, which is a little bit concerning. What would an extended look be? I'd assume gameplay, because it's a look into something as opposed to like a surface level preview. As in trailers, like just, you know, cutscenes and stuff is like the box, and gameplay is like looking inside the box kind of thing, right? I wonder what Netflix gave Rockstar for this. Because we know Rockstar and Netflix are in bed together because they had the 3D trilogy of games put on Netflix. If you recall, I was sponsored to play them on my phone that one time. Why on Netflix? I mean, Netflix has continued to expand out their gaming library. Not that they have amazing games on there, I suppose. Yeah, I got to assume that that Netflix just gave Rockstar a heap of money to drive traffic to Netflix because you have to have a subscription to watch stuff on Netflix. With that being said though, this might be the most pirated thing on Netflix of all time. If there is a thing that is going to leak or be pirated and posted everywhere, it is 100% whatever is put on Netflix. They must have like 100 lawyers primes with like DMCA claims to spam it at YouTube. Or like it'll already be in YouTube's system to take down instantly anyone who posts it. Oh, that's a good point. Will I be breaking a rule by live streaming it? Oh no. I have to assume yes, right? Oh, more info. Grand Theft Auto 6 and extended look will also launch on the official Rockstar Games YouTube channel and the Grand Theft Auto 6 site at 9 p.m. ET on August 27. So it goes on Netflix 6 hours earlier. Now I'm even more curious what Netflix paid Rockstar. Not for exclusivity, just a 6-hour advance. Couldn't you imagine anything else that where a company is paying for to get it 6 hours in advance, and that's it? Do you think they're gonna take down live streams to show it? Oh, I gotta think about this. Yeah, you'd have to assume so. Yeah, why go through the effort of putting it on Netflix if you don't take restreams down? Yeah. If I was Netflix and I wanted to stop this, I would already have systems in place with YouTube and Twitch to detect it, because obviously bots do that. They can detect what content is on live streams and take it down. So what I might do is, can I even risk the audio? So that's the question of, do I risk the audio as well? And honestly, to be real with you, it's just a trailer. I'm not gonna risk my channel for a trailer. I'm more interested in giving my thoughts than I am in showcasing it to you guys. Like, you guys can watch it in your own time, right? Do you think Netflix is gonna see additional signups just to see this? What if this is a whole fucking documentary? It says an extended look. Like, this has to be like minimum half an hour. Why else would it be on Netflix? Yeah, well, it has to be long, but it could just be a very long gameplay trailer or something. But no, it must be just some sort of trailer content because it's gonna be on Rockstar Games' YouTube channel. There's no way they're making like an official documentary before the game has even come out. No, there's no way. It's probably gonna be 20 or 30 minutes of like gameplay, maybe a little behind the scenes, but not like a fully fledged documentary. Check Newswire. Oh, here we go. Extended look, Netflix, August 27th, 3 p.m. ET. Grand Theft Auto 6, an extended look coming August 27th to Netflix and YouTube. Grand Theft Auto 6, an extended look will premiere on Netflix Thursday, August 27th at 3 p.m. ET, and will also launch on the official Rockstar Games YouTube channel and the Grand Theft Auto 6 site at 9 p.m. ET on August 27th. Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming November 19th to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. So we got no new information here. This is just repeating the exact same information as the tweet. New accounts on Netflix have access for 14 days. So I don't think they're going to gain much money, but new users are going to increase a lot. Ultimately, it depends on how much they paid Rockstar for this as to whether or not this makes sense financially, right? If they paid them $15 and a jar of beans, like, this is only gains, right?
It's exclusive for 4 hours or something. I doubt anyone spends extra money for that.
Oh, they absolutely do. There's no way that they aren't giving some extra money. No doubt. Although, argue the other side, if there is a mainstream audience that's outside of the normal gaming sphere that Rockstar would want to reach to potentially expand the amount of people who would care about and know about Grand Theft Auto 6, it's your casual people watching Netflix, right? There's absolutely mutual benefit here. It's always important to remember that while we exist in this gaming ecosystem, and so when we see Grand Theft Auto 6, we're like, oh my God. But for the average person, even if they saw Grand Theft Auto 6, they're not gonna care. They're not gonna click on something. But if it's directly in front of their faces on Netflix, on the front page, but I honestly still think Netflix paid them. I think Netflix has more to gain here than Rockstar. You know what'd be funny though, guys? You remember how I had a source that said there was gonna be a 20-minute trailer or more of gameplay? And then he thought it was gonna release previously when the pre-orders actually went live and that stuff released? Maybe this is that. Everyone thought I was bullshitting, but I wasn't bullshitting. I know a guy who knows a guy who knows stuff. That doesn't mean they're correct. And because it's like twice removed, stuff can get lost in translation and stuff. But I'm not just making stuff up. It's definitely a deep dive. Absolutely. I cannot wait. What am I doing August 27th? It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I'm going to be here. What is this my time? 7 a.m.? Bastards. Wait, it's 5 a.m.? No! VPN? What am I gonna VPN myself into a different time zone? I'm gonna send myself through the goddamn internet to another country. That is the hour that I wake up for the weekly update. So guess I'm doing that another day. Sick. At least that isn't the time I'm going to South Korea at least. Because I'm going for 10 days at some point. I think it's in September. So I guess that's it. So with that mystery now solved, I guess that's the end of the stream. Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I wish you all the best. Bye-bye. Boop.
So, I've talked about it on YouTube before, but throughout the years, I've met some friends and some people throughout my life. He goes, I don't know why, but I expected. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. So, today's story, judging by the title, is pretty one of a kind, okay? You're probably reading that title and being like, what the hell does that even mean? It's a wild one. I think you guys are all very much going to enjoy this. If you do enjoy it, leave a like on the video. And, yeah, man, I think we should just get started with this one. So, yeah, let's do it. So, today's story time. It all takes place back when I was 17. Now, at 17, I was, just mainly grinding YouTube. At this point, I wasn't even in school anymore. I had, dropped out, and I was just pursuing YouTube full-time, making videos, staying up late, streaming, that kind of stuff. Just, having fun, right? Now, one morning, I wake up. It's mid-June, and I wake up to a phone call. I remember it literally woke me up out of my sleep. My phone was ringing. And I looked down at my phone. It's my homie, Max, and he's calling me. And Max would never call me. He would always text. He'd always DM me. It was very weird for him to be calling me. I thought that was pretty strange. So I answered it pretty much instantly because I figured if Max is calling me, something might be wrong. So I answered the phone and he goes, yo, literally before I could even say hello, he's like, yo. And I was like, what's up, man? How you doing? He's like, you just wake up or something? You sound tired. I was like, yeah, I just got up. You woke me up, actually. He's like, oh, fuck, my bad, bro. I'm like, you're good, dude. It's all good. I had to get up anyway. It's late. He's like, dude, so, you know how every year I go to Virginia and I, visit my dad and my dad's side of the family and stuff because he lives out there? I was like, yeah, of course. He goes, yo, so I'm going there in, a week, and I was wondering if maybe you'd be down to pull up with me. Now, I had nothing going on other than making videos, and I can do that anywhere. So I was like, sure, dude. Why the fuck not? Sounds like fun. I haven't been on vacation in a minute. I don't know what Virginia's like, but I'll go there, whatever. And he's like, yeah, well, it's not really much of a vacation spot, but there's some stuff to do there that's pretty fun. There's this pretty cool water park that I go to when I'm there with my dad, and, there's a couple cool things we can do. And I was like, all right, man, sure. Sounds good to me. He's like, really? I was like, yeah. He goes, I don't know why, but, I expect you to say no. And I was like, why would I say no? He's like, I don't know. I just thought you might want to, do your videos and stuff. And I was like, no, I mean, I can do them out there. Is it cool if I, just use the Wi-Fi there sometimes on my laptop? He's like, yeah, dude, of course. I was like, all right, bet. So, yeah, I had a very, last minute planned trip to Virginia now. Looking back, I'm actually surprised I said yes as well. I don't know, back then I guess I was just different. I would always just kind of like take every opportunity I could to like go do something and get out of the house. So, I guess that just makes sense. Anyway, about a week later, it was time to go. Yeah, I spent that whole rest of that week just hanging out with my family and stuff, and a week later, it was time to go to Virginia. And we were driving there. And he was actually driving, which was pretty crazy because he had just gotten his license, and that dude was literally immediately doing a huge-ass road trip. Literally an 8.5-hour drive. Like, pretty crazy. But, yeah, he came and picked me up from my house. I had all my bags packed. I got in the car, and me and my homie Max started off on our road trip to Virginia. Now, it started off great. I remember we're just like blasting music. We're both excited. We're like on a trip together, going on vacation together. I remember like an hour into the drive, Max turns the music down. He looks at me and he's like, yo, dude, you're gonna fucking love my dad. Like, he's the shit. And I was like, yeah? He's like, yeah, dude, like this trip, it'll be like cool. Cause it's kind of like a boys trip. You know what I mean? Like me and you will kind of just be able to do whatever we want. Like he's really chill about that kind of stuff. He's not strict. So like if we want to step out at midnight and go skating, he's gonna let us skate. As long as we're not doing anything crazy, we'll be fine. I was like, bet, man, sounds cool, sounds fun. And yeah, man, it made me excited. I'd never met Max's dad before. I'd never met that side of his family before. And based on what he was telling me, they sounded like a very chill, group of people. So yeah, I was stoked. I was stoked to meet him, and I was looking forward to it. Now, about 4 hours into the drive, of course, something goes wrong. Yeah, we're 4 hours in, we're on the highway, cruising, and all of a sudden, underneath my side, on the right, in the front passenger side area, I feel a pop underneath me, like a really loud and strange feeling pop right underneath. And I already knew. I was like, oh, Max's tire just exploded. He just hit something, it popped. Like, that's definitely what that was. And we start to feel like the bumpy feeling of when you have a flat tire, and like Max slows down really, really quickly, and he pulls over to the side of the road, and we both get out of the car, and we look at it, and Max goes, fuck. And I was like, oh, fuck, man, do you have a spare? He's like, yeah, but like, I don't know how to change it. And I was like, what? You don't know how to change a tire? He's like, no, do you? I was like, nah. And he's like, man, fuck. I wish I was in Virginia already. Like, my dad would know how to do this. He never got to teach me because he doesn't live here. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. So, today's story, man, it's one of a kind. It's one that I've been kind of holding on to for a while just because I know how much I love it, and I know that you guys will probably like it a lot, too. So, hope you guys enjoyed this story. If you do, leave a like on the video. Also, be sure to check out my new song. I'll put it first, link in the description. And, yeah, dude, let's just jump into it because I hate spending more than, like, 30 seconds on an intro. So, today's story, it all takes place literally like 3 weeks after I turned 21. This was in November. Yeah, I was freshly 21. I remember around this time I was not doing anything really of significance. You would think, hey, you turned 21, you must have been going to bars a lot and partying a lot and like, getting drunk. No, not at all. Literally not at all. I was so boring like after I turned 21, plus COVID had hit like a few months later, and it was a pretty boring 21, I can't lie. Anyway, yeah, like I said, this takes place a few weeks after I turned 21. Life at the time, like I said, was pretty boring. Wasn't really doing a whole lot. But, for the most part, life was good. Can't complain. YouTube channel was doing well. My friends were doing well. Family doing well. Everyone was healthy. It was good, right? Everything's good. Now, this all starts off as a normal day. And I forgot to mention, around this time, I'm living in New York. Now, at the time, I was renting this house. And this house, I can't lie, was a little too big for me. Now, when I say that, I don't mean it was a mansion or anything, okay? It wasn't. It wasn't some insane house. But I don't really need more than one bedroom. And this house, it had 4. There was 3 upstairs and like a little guest room downstairs. And I never used all of them, obviously, because I'm one person. And I remember sometimes, like at nighttime, when I'd be alone in that house, and I'd be like watching Netflix or like playing video games, I would hear things, it would creep me out really bad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm just a pussy, but sometimes I'd be home alone and like I'd hear a noise, and it was probably just like the pipes in my house, or like, just an old creaky sound, something normal that an old house would do. And I would immediately think like, oh shit, there's a ghost in here. Oh shit, there's someone in here that broke in, like something bad. And I'd get like all scared and shit and start like walking around my house with a flashlight, making sure there's no like demons hiding behind the doors. Anyway, back to the story. One night, I'm in my house, right? I'm playing some Counter-Strike. I'm 5Q'd with my friends. Everything's good. Life is good. I got the window open. A nice warm breeze is coming through the house. I smell like the flowers outside. It's great, right? Life is peak. And I'm enjoying it. I had like 20 on the board on CSGO. I was top fragging. That's pretty nuts. I don't usually do that well. So, you know, everything was going good. When all of a sudden, I hear a sound upstairs, right? I hear a really strange sound. It sounds like when someone is walking above you, like if you live in a 2-story house, you know how sometimes when someone walks above you, you'll hear like creaking of the floor? It sounded like the floor creaked once or twice, like someone was taking a step. And I was like, huh, interesting. Now, usually, like I said earlier, I would freak out about this, get up, go investigate with my flashlight. But at this point, that had happened so many times, and I've heard so many noises in that house living there, that I actually didn't get scared. Yeah, at this point, I was just so used to it. I was like, oh, you know, I live in an old house. It makes noises sometimes. Probably just like one of my dogs or something. Whatever, right? Like, no big deal. I chalked it up to like a million different reasons, and all those reasons in my head were probably not that serious. So I just keep playing CS, right? And we finish our CS game. We actually queued another CS game, get into the game, and during warm-up, all of a sudden, I hear another noise. Same kind of sound, like the floor creaking above me, like someone took a step. Now this time I turned around and I looked at the couch behind me, because in my little like setup room where my office was, I had a little like couch, and I see both of my dogs laying on it. So it couldn't be one of my dogs upstairs like it usually was. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I really thought it'd be like one of my dogs or something. And I kind of like turned my game down in my headset, and I like kind of took my headset off one ear, and I listened. I was trying to listen and see if I could hear anything else. And guess what? I heard absolutely nothing. It was dead silent. And I was like, okay, false alarm, right? I put my headset back on. I keep playing CS with my friends. And then, about 15 minutes later, right? 15 minutes into the game, all of a sudden, I hear a different sound. Not a floor creaking sound like someone was walking. This sounded like somebody dropped something upstairs. And this was unmistakably different than the random little like house noises I would hear sometimes that were completely normal. This sounded exactly what it sounds like when someone drops their phone and they're a floor above you. Like sometimes my friends would be upstairs and they'd drop their iPhone on the ground on the hardwood floor, and I'd be in the room below. It sounded just like that. That's what it sounded like. But here's the thing, I'm home alone. Who the fuck would be upstairs with an iPhone? You know, nobody's supposed to be upstairs. So I'm kind of starting to freak out. I'm like, yo, is someone in my house right now? Like, what is going on? So I stand up, right? And I quietly tiptoe up the stairs, and I peek my head around the corner, right to where I heard the noise. It sounded like it came from the hallway, and there's no one in there. No one in the hallway. Now, all of the doors are open to all of the rooms upstairs. The door on the left was my main bedroom. That's like my master bedroom. The room straight ahead was mainly just storage. I'd keep like boxes in there and stuff I didn't really need. And then the door to the right was kind of like a guest room / office for like people that wanted to like, you know, work or chill or sleep, right? So I go through all of the rooms. I put my head in each one. I like look inside. No one's in there, right? I check every bedroom upstairs. And I was like, okay, false alarm. I don't know what the fuck that sound was. Must have been like some weird plumbing sound, like maybe a pipe like had like something going through it. I don't know what that was. But luckily, as far as I could tell, everything was okay. Everything was good. And you know, it was a false alarm. So I thought, right? I go downstairs thinking to myself like, all right, I'm all good. I was just being a pussy. You know, no one's in my house. I'm fine, right? And I sit down and I keep playing my game. I'm playing CS, right? And we finished that game, played like 2 more games. I think we played a third. Before I knew it, literally like 2 hours had gone by, right? 2 hours had passed. And it had been silent in my house, by the way. No more noises. Everything was normal. And I was, you know, relieved. You know, life went back to being perfect. And after I finished my CS games and, you know, 2 or so hours had gone by and I was pretty tired, I thought, you know what, it's time to hop off the PC. It's time to go upstairs and, you know, like, get in bed and chill. So that was my plan. I turned off my computer. I went upstairs to my bedroom. I went to the bathroom, brushed my teeth. I washed my face. I went downstairs, made sure all my doors were locked, windows were locked, all that stuff, because, you know, don't want anyone sneaking in my house while I'm asleep. And, yeah, got ready for bed. Got the house ready. Everything was good. Go back upstairs. I lay down in bed. I turn Netflix on. I'm getting all cozy. I'm starting to drift off, you know, like 20 minutes in. I'm laying there. I'm relaxed. I'm watching some show on Netflix. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see my dog in the hallway. He's laying in the hallway with his nose up against the guest room door, sniffing under it, like laying there, clearly wanting to go inside of it. Now here's the part that fucking terrified me. The guest room door was open literally a couple hours ago. Remember when I said I went upstairs to make sure nobody was up there? Yeah, when I went up there, the door was open, and I didn't touch it. I just poked my head in, made sure no one was in there, and I left. That door was open, and I left it open. There was no possible way for it to close itself. You know what I mean? I didn't leave a window open. The wind couldn't have done it. Somebody closed that door, and I knew it wasn't me. So I'm freaking out, right? I have my phone in my hand. I'm about to dial 911. Like, I'm freaking the fuck out. And all of a sudden, it hits me. I'm like, wait a minute. I have 2 dogs, you know? Maybe one of my dogs went in the guest room while I was playing CS, and he closed the door on himself, and that's why the other one's, you know, sniffing underneath the door, trying to get me to open it or something. So I get up, and I look around my room for my other dog. He's not in there. And then I check the hallway. He's not in there either. And I was like, oh, like, dude, my dog's definitely in there, my other one. That's what's going on here. So without second thought, and without any anxiety or, like, caution, I just swing open the guest room door, thinking that my dog's going to be in there, my second dog, and that he's just going to be, you know, locked inside the room on accident because he closed the door on himself. And when I swing that door open, my dog was, in fact, not in there. But you know what was in there that completely terrified me and caught me off guard? A random man sleeping in my guest room bed. Just a random dude. And immediately, I'm looking at him, and he's not looking at me because he's asleep. And I'm trying not to, like, fucking freak out. But inside, I am freaking the fuck out. I was terrified. And I quietly took, like, a couple steps back. And I accidentally stepped on, like, this divot in my floor. And I tripped. Now, I didn't fall. I caught myself. But when I stomped backwards to, like, catch myself from falling, it made a very loud creaking noise, a very loud banging sound. And it woke this motherfucker up. He snaps out of his sleep. And he's like, hello? And this guy's probably about the same age as me, you know, early 20s, right? And he's looking at me after he says hello, and I'm looking at him fucking terrified. And he goes, who are you? And I was like, hey man, I was about to ask you that same question. And he goes, are you Jackson's friend? And I was like, I have no idea who Jackson is. He goes, what? And I was like, dude, are you okay? Like, you know you're not in the correct house right now? Like, you're in my house without being invited, like you're just in my bed, my guest room bed. He goes, what? I was like, yeah, man, like you're in some random person's house right now. I don't know you. And he goes, I don't know you. And he sounds kind of like fucked up. Like I thought maybe he had drank or something. So I asked him, I was like, hey man, are you drunk? He goes, no. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, I don't drink. And I was like, okay. And I was like, how'd you get in here, man? Like, how'd you get in my house? He goes, right there. And he pointed to the window. Now keep in mind, this house is a 2-story house. This room he was in was on the 2nd floor. This man climbed onto my fucking roof and then climbed into this room and went to sleep. And he did that by climbing this like thing I had on the side of my house. It was a, I can't really describe it. Basically, it's like these like wooden panel things, and he was able to climb them. I'll try and find a photo if I remember, but yeah, I've seen him on houses before. Anyway, yeah, he climbed those and got into my window. And I asked him, I was like, why would you do that, man? And he goes, the door was locked and Jackson wouldn't open it. And in my head, I'm like, who the fuck is Jackson? Who is this guy he keeps talking about? So I told him, I was like, hey man, I don't know who Jackson is, but he doesn't live here. It's not his house. I'm Austin. It's my house. Jackson doesn't live here. Maybe you're confusing him like with this house because maybe he's like my neighbor or something. I don't know who he is. And this guy, he goes, oh, your name's Austin? Nice to meet you, Austin. My name's Bailey. And I was like, cool, Bailey. Nice to meet you, man. I wish we met on better circumstances. Listen, dude, you gotta go. Because, like, I'm gonna have to call the police if you don't. Honestly, I might still call them. And he's like, dude, and he gets up immediately, right? Gets on his feet, and I get scared. I think he's about to, like, attack me. He's like, dude, you can't do that. You can't call the police. Please don't do that, man. Please. I'm begging you. And I was like, okay, well, how about you leave, and then you leave right now, okay? And I won't call them. But you gotta leave and get out of here. And he goes to take a step towards the door, and he falls over. And at that moment, I kind of realized this guy, he's fucked up on something, man. Like the way he was talking, he just sounded drunk. And then the fact he stumbled and fell over when he walked, like I just really thought he was drunk. And when he like laid down on the bed again, I was like, hey man, be honest. Did you drink tonight? And he goes, no, man, I didn't. And I was like, did you do something else maybe? And he goes, man, I'm really having a bad night. And I was like, what does that mean, Bailey? And he goes, I'm having a bad trip. He said it just like that. And I was like, a bad trip? Off what? He goes, a lot. I was like, all right, what did you take? Like, is it mushrooms or something? You on some psychedelic mushrooms? He goes, a lot of things. And I was like, Bailey, what does a lot of things mean? He goes, multiple things. And I was like, okay, like what? And he goes, I forgot. I was like, what? And then he starts giggling, like laughing, very scarily. Like, it's kind of terrifying the way he was laughing, like evil laugh type shit. And he points to a picture on my wall. It was a poster of this band. And he goes, dude, he's playing the guitar. And he points to a guy. And keep in mind, on the poster, no one has a guitar. And I was like, okay, yeah, okay, he's tripping. You know, he's definitely tripping balls. Like, there's nobody on that poster with a guitar. Anyway, after this, I should have just called the police. Honestly, I should have called the police immediately upon finding him in there, you know? Like, really should have just called the cops. I don't know why I didn't. And if you're ever in a situation similar to this, you call the police. But, yeah, I was like, look, Bailey, I don't really enjoy having you in my house right now. I don't know what your intentions are. You crawled in through my window. You snuck in here. You talked about some Jackson guy, but I don't know who that is. He doesn't live here. I don't know who that is. Like, this is really, really freaking me out. And Bailey's like, dude, I don't have bad intentions. I'm not going to hurt you. Here, man, you don't trust me? Here. And he starts emptying his pockets. He, like pulls them inside out, and he puts his wallet, his keys, and his phone on the ground. He's like, look, man, I don't have anything. Like, I'm not going to hurt you, dude. I promise. Like, I'm a good guy. And I was like, Bailey, I'm sure you are, man. But given the fact that I have no idea who you are and you're just in my home in the middle of the night, in my guest room bed, I'm just a little freaked out. He goes, dude, I'm telling you, like, I think this is Jackson's house. Are you sure you're not in the wrong place? I was like, Bailey, this is my house. I am definitely not in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place. He goes, nah, man, I think I'm in the right place. I think the universe wants me to be here. And I was like, well, the universe is really scaring me, Bailey. I'm not going to lie. And he goes, dude, you really don't know Jackson? I was like, no, who is that? And he goes, we're on this street, right? And he says the street name of my neighborhood, you know, where I live. I was like, yeah, that's where my house is. That's this street. He goes, yeah, that's where Jackson lives. I was like, so Jackson lives on this street? He goes, yeah, in the red house. And I was like, okay. Now, it kind of started to make sense a little bit, all right? He was right about one thing, the house being red. That was my house color. So I'm kind of putting it together in my brain. I'm like, wait a minute. I think this dude is fucked up on whatever, right? And he saw my house late at night, thought it was his friend's, couldn't get inside because the door was locked, and then climbed in the window, thinking it was Jackson's house, and he was like, fine to do that, right? Maybe that was my assumption, right? That was my guess, my educated guess. So I looked at Bailey and I was like, hey man, maybe you confused my house for Jackson's and that's why you came in here. And he goes, yeah, maybe. And then he closes his eyes and he lays down on my pillow and he goes, let me just chill for a sec, man. Like, I'll leave soon. I gotta feel a little bit better. I'm kind of dizzy. And I was like, I don't know, man. And he goes, just hold on a sec. He starts like drifting off. And I was like, Bailey, yo, dude, you can't sleep here, man. I know that you seem like a nice guy, but like, I can't trust you to sleep in my house. I don't know who you are. And he's like, just hold on, man. And he's like literally drifting off in real time. And I'm like, Bailey, yo. And he like snaps out of it again. He's like, what? I'm like, dude, you gotta go. He goes, I can't, man. I'm so comfortable. And he starts drifting off again. I was like, Bailey. And he's just ignoring me now. And before I know it, he's asleep. He fell asleep in like 5 fucking seconds, dude. I was like, yo, Bailey. I'm like snapping my fingers. I'm putting my hand on his shoulder and like give him a little shake. And I like shake him again really hard. He kind of like wakes up a little bit. He's like, dude, let me just sleep for a couple of minutes. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I stepped back And at this point, I have two choices. One of them is the correct choice, and that's call the police and get them to get Bailey out of my house and make sure Bailey's okay. Because honestly, I didn't know what he was on and, what was going on with him. That would have been the right choice. And that's why I'm saying if you're ever in a situation like this, you call the cops. And then option number 2 would just be to let him sleep. And for some reason, I chose 2. I was like, you know what? He seems harmless enough. I'll let him sleep for a few minutes. So I pulled up a chair, I'm sitting next to him, watching him sleep in case he tries to wake up and run away or something, I want to make sure that I have an eye on him. And 5 minutes goes by, and bro, I still don't know to this day how I did this. I fell asleep in the chair, in the office chair, watching him. I fell asleep. Yeah, dude. And not just for a couple of minutes. Bro, I wake up 2 hours later. I know this because I woke up and he was gone. I woke up and the bed was empty. And my phone is just sitting there in my lap, and I checked the time and 2 hours had passed. I'm like, oh, fuck. And I jump up and I immediately make sure my dogs are okay, they're fine. I check the bedrooms and stuff, make sure he's not in one of those. He's not. I check my house, make sure nothing's missing. Nothing's missing, but he's gone. He's missing. And I was like, whoa. Okay, so I'm okay. My dogs are okay. The house is okay. He's gone. No more signs of Bailey, at least as far as I can tell. What the fuck's going on right now? What? So I did a more thorough search of my house after this. I checked the basement. I checked every little room, laundry room, bathrooms, everything, right? He's just not there. He's gone. He left. And I was like, what the fuck? Now, after this, I just kind of went about my night. I could not sleep after this. I knew that. I was like, yo, I'm not going back to bed. And yeah, I stayed up the rest of that night until sunrise. And the sun eventually rose. And I was very tired. And I ended up falling asleep in my room. I fell asleep with my dogs. And I woke up 7 hours later. At this point, it's late afternoon, early evening, right? And I get up out of bed. And I'm just slowly waking up. And I remember I went in the bathroom, I brushed my teeth, and after I get done waking up, I walked into my guest room and just kind of took it all in. I looked at the bed being unmade, and I was like, dude, a random man was here last night. What the fuck? And then I noticed something. I see in the covers a phone peeking out. And I'm like, oh fuck, he left his phone behind. Oh shit. I thought he took everything with him. When I woke up and I looked, I didn't see anything. But I guess I missed that. And I checked the phone and it was on still. There was 5% left on it, so I plugged it in, and there was tons of missed calls. I mean fucking tons. Probably 20 missed calls, right? And there was also a shit ton of text messages. And there was no passcode on the phone, so I could see the name of the contact who was spamming him. I could see everything, and I could unlock the phone. And all of the calls and messages were from Jackson. That was the contact name, Jackson. And the most recent message Jackson sent just said, call me. So I called him off of Bailey's phone. And he answers. He goes, hello? I go, hey man, this isn't Bailey. My name's Austin. And he goes, I know, I'm Bailey. So Bailey had Jackson's phone. And I was like, hey dude, you left your phone at my house. And he goes, who are you? And I was like, you don't remember me? He goes, no, we met last night? I said, bro, you snuck into my house through my second story window and then slept in my guest room. You really don't remember any of that. He goes, oh shit. Bro, we gotta meet up and we gotta talk. I don't remember anything last night. I completely blacked out. I'm freaking out, trying to retrace my steps. I lost my phone, my wallet, my keys. I don't know where any of it is. And right when he said that, I looked under my bed, the guest room bed, because it was raised off the floor, and both his wallet and keys were down there. They got kicked underneath it on accident. And I was like, hey bro, I have all 3 of them. They're here at my house. He's like, holy fuck, dude, you're a lifesaver. Could I come get them? Or could you come bring them here? And could you run me through everything that happened? I'm freaking out trying to remember last night. I don't remember anything. I've never had this happen before. I was like, bro, I got you. So he texts me an address, Jackson's address, and he lives 2 doors down, bro. And I'm like, yep, that confirms my theory. He was fucked up and he thought he was getting into Jackson's house, and he wasn't. He was getting into my house. Anyway, I grabbed all his things. I walked over to Jackson's. I knock on the door. Jackson opens the door. I get to meet him. He lets me in. I see Bailey at the dining room table sitting there. He sees me. His face lights up. He stands up, runs over, daps me up, thanks me. I then proceed to hand him all of his stuff. I was like, here you go, man. He goes, dude, all right, so we gotta sit down, bro. We gotta talk. Like, you gotta tell me everything. I was at your house last night. I was like, uh-huh. He goes, all right, hold on, come here. So we all sit down at the dining room table, me, Jackson, and him. And I was like, all right. So last night, bro, I shit you not, I'm hearing noises. I'm at my computer. I'm playing CS. He's like, oh, I fucking love that game. I was like, hell yeah. But I'm playing CS, and I hear a noise upstairs. I thought it was just my dog or something, whatever. Hear another noise. I realized, oh shit, my dogs are downstairs with me. That's weird. And I went upstairs to investigate. No one was up there. Then, later on that night, I go up there, and you're just asleep in my guest room bed. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I questioned you about it. You were really fucked up, like really fucked up. I asked if you drank. You told me you didn't, but I'm assuming that was a lie. And Bailey's like, yeah, man, no, I definitely lied. I was hammered. I was like, yeah, I figured. You couldn't even walk when I tried to, like, have you leave, so you just laid back down. I don't know how you climbed my house successfully, but couldn't walk, but somehow you did. And he goes, holy shit. And what happened next? And I was like, well, we talked for a little bit, and then you drifted off. You fell asleep, and then somehow I fell asleep, sitting down in this chair near you. And, yeah, next thing I know, I woke up 2 hours later, you were gone. And Bailey's like, yeah, dude, so I did a lot of mushrooms last night, and I drank, which was so dumb of me. And I just completely blacked out. And I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, dude, fair enough. That sounds like, yeah, a recipe for disaster. He's like, bro, I can't believe you didn't call the cops on me. Like, I would have called the police. I was like, yeah, man, I probably should have, you know, looking back, but I'm glad it worked out and that you weren't some psycho there to, like, skin me alive or something. He's like, nah, man, never that. And it felt good to talk to Bailey, you know, when he was not fucked up, because he actually was, like, making a lot of sense and, you know, was very lucid. But anyway, after that, we talked for a while, and we kind of, like, came up with theories on how everything unfolded. Our best guess was Bailey and Jackson. They were at a bar, okay? That was the last thing they remembered, because they both blacked out, apparently. And I'm assuming after the bar, they got split up somehow. And, you know, Bailey tried to walk back to Jackson's house alone, got lost, climbed into my house because he thought, you know, door's locked. I'll just climb through one of the windows that's unlocked. So yeah, that's what my theory is. That's what their theory was too. And that made the most sense. But yeah, I remember Bailey just like constantly praising me and being like, dude, like, you're the GOAT, man. Like, you don't understand. Like, literally anyone else, if I snuck into their home, probably would have like murdered me or like called the police. But like, you didn't. You're the GOAT. I was like, I don't really know if I'm the GOAT. I think I might just be kind of dumb. And he's like, I don't know, man. Either way, I love you, bro. I was like, thanks, dude. And we actually ended up becoming cool. I mean, he was a similar age to me. He was like a year older. And that Jackson dude seemed pretty cool. And we ended up like exchanging numbers. And I mean, they were basically my neighbors because Bailey would always be over there all the time because he lived like 2 streets over as well. So pretty much just got to meet my neighbors in the wildest way possible. And from that point forward, we kind of just became friends. And I'd see them from time to time in the neighborhood. And whenever there was like festivals nearby or like events going on, I'd see them there. We'd all hang out for a little bit. And I made some friends out of it. Gotta say, probably the weirdest way I've ever made a friend in my entire life, but I'm happy in the end it all worked out. This whole story was so surreal to me, and telling it kind of reminds me of things that like I still think about. For example, when I heard that like noise and I went upstairs to investigate, there was nobody up there. And then all of a sudden I go up there, you know, a few hours later and he's just asleep in the bed. So like, were those noises just my house? Was he like, you know, not even there yet? Or was he there like in another room, like the bathroom or something? Like, I don't get it. It's just crazy, man. The whole thing unfolded so wildly. I don't know. Anyway, there's a very simple moral to this story. There's 2 of them. Number 1, don't do what Bailey did. Just don't do what he did in this story. Quite simply, everything he did in this story, don't do it. And as for me, don't do what I did either. If you stumble upon a random man sleeping in your home, you just call the police. You get the fuck out of there while you're dialing 911 and you call the cops. I don't know what I was thinking by not just doing that. But I mean, like I said, I'm very happy and I'm very, very lucky it all worked out in the end. But that could have been bad. Like, I got incredibly lucky. Like, probably the luckiest moment of my life. If Bailey wasn't Bailey, it could have been way worse, you know? I could have ended up seriously injured or worse, so yeah. But yeah, guys, that's the story. A very crazy one in my opinion, a very good one that I thought you all would enjoy very much. If you guys enjoyed this story, please leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. I'll see you all later. Peace. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far, wonderful night, whatever time of day it is when you're watching this. I hope it's a good one. Now, today's story time, man. It's a crazy one. It's a very crazy one. It's a very good one that I think a lot of you will very much enjoy. If you guys do enjoy this, please leave a like on the video. And yeah, dude, let's not spend too much time on the intro here because I just want to get into this. This is just wild. So, today's story, it all starts off a year ago. Yeah, 1 year ago. These last couple of stories I've told have been pretty recent. Yeah, you guys seem to like the more recent stories, so I thought I'd tell some of those this week. But yeah, 1 year ago. Now, a year ago, life was pretty much the exact same as it was today. You know, my daily routine was the same, all that stuff. So I just woke up at like 2 p.m., got up out of bed. I remember I was taking a pretty long shower. I was just like in there letting the water hit my face and like waking up slowly. And while I'm in the shower, my phone starts to ring. I know this because the Bluetooth speaker on the counter outside the shower stopped playing music and started playing my annoying fucking ringtone. And I was like, you know what? I'm not getting out of the shower. I'm just gonna let it ring. And I let it ring for what felt like an eternity, and it finally went to voicemail. And then my music started playing again. I just kind of like went back to chilling in the shower. And then all of a sudden, my phone starts ringing again. And I was like, what the fuck? So I just let it ring again because, you know, I'm just trying to chill in the shower and slowly wake up and enjoy the water hitting my face. I'm not trying to step out and be cold and answer the phone right now. So I thought I'll just let it ring again, let it go to voicemail. I'll return their call when I get out. So that's what I did. I let it ring, went to voicemail, thought it was over. Guess what? A minute later, my phone starts ringing again. And I was like, dude, who the fuck is calling me 3 times right now? So finally, I just stepped out of the shower. I just stepped out, wrapped a towel around me, grabbed my phone, I look, and it's my friend. One of my homies that I've known since I was a kid. We'll call him Vince, okay? Vince was a good friend of mine, a friend I've known since we were kids. Good ass dude, one of my best friends, right? And the fact he called me 3 times, he would never do this. So I figured, okay, something has to be wrong. Let me answer this call. I answered the call. I put it up to my ear. I was like, hello? He goes, yo, Austin. I was like, what's up, man? Like, are you okay? You like never call me like this. He's like, dude, yeah, I'm so sorry for spamming you. Like, my bad if you're busy. But bro, like, I need a huge favor. And you're like the only person I trust. Do you think you could like do me a favor? And I was like, depends on what the favor is. What is it? He's like, dude, so like, you know that shelter thing I'm doing? Now let me stop real quick and give you guys some context here. The shelter thing he's doing, what he meant by that, he had been volunteering at a homeless shelter. Yeah, for like months. He had been like cooking meals and like baking stuff and bringing food to the homeless at this homeless shelter and like helping serve them and like serve his community. And he was just being a very, very good Samaritan. That is what he had been doing. That was the type of person Vince was. Like even growing up as kids, like he would always like make sure that everybody was taken care of. Just a good dude, right? And yeah, he brought that up on the phone. He's like, you know that like shelter thing I've been doing? And I was like, yeah. He goes, well, one of my like staff members bailed. He was supposed to give me a ride today and he can't. I was wondering if I could borrow your car. Now here's the problem. My car at the time was fucked up. It was getting work done on it. I couldn't let him drive it. And I was like, dude, I'm sorry, I don't have a car, but here, I'll Uber you there. Does that work? He's like, dude, I have a bunch of stuff I have to carry. And like, I just don't think an Uber would like be a good idea. Like I would need to park it outside and like really carry stuff in one by one. I have a bunch of trays. And I was like, how many trays do you have? He's like 6. I have 6 trays of food. I'm like, all right, well, how about this? How about I come to your house? I'll Uber there. I'll help you carry everything into the car. We'll go to the shelter. I'll help you carry everything out of the car into the shelter. How about that? That way you have 2 sets of hands. He's like, dude, you don't have to do that. That's like way too much. I was like, bro, I'll happily do that. It's fine. He goes, man, see, this is why I called you. I fucking knew you'd come through. I'm like, all right, man, I'll be there in like 10 minutes. He goes, all right, bet. So I finished my shower extremely fast, got dressed, got ready, called an Ubered over to Vince's house, pulled up. He had all the trays on his porch, like sitting there. I got out of the Uber. I helped him carry all the trays. And he was not kidding. There was a shit ton of food, like a lot of trays. I'm pretty sure it was more than what he initially said. I think there was like 8 or 9 of them bitches. It was a lot. Anyway, we got them all into the Uber. The dude actually helped us, the Uber driver. Shout out him. And yeah, we drove over to the shelter. Now, upon arriving to the shelter, I helped him unload everything. Me and Vince then proceeded to carry everything into the shelter and set them up on this big table they had set up, this like fold-out table in the shelter. And after I was done, I dapped Vince up and I was like, hey man, have a good one. And right when I said that, this like other staff member, like shelter employee, like walked over. And she was like, hey, like, what's your name? And she shook my hand. I was like, oh, I'm Austin. She goes, oh, thank you so much for helping Vince. Like, that's really, really nice of you. I was like, yeah, no problem, of course. And she was like, hey, why don't you stick around? You seem like a nice guy. Like, why don't you stick around and eat with us? We're about to eat. And I was like, oh, like, you guys are having like a dinner thing or a lunch? She's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, sure, why not? I thought that was very nice of them to invite me in. So I was like, yeah, of course. So, yeah, I helped them set the table, and then me, Vince, the other staff members, all the people that were currently living at the shelter, we all sat down at this big table and started having this, like, dinner/lunch. I don't even know what time it was. I think it was dinner. But, yeah, we started having food, right? And this was crazy, man. I'm not gonna lie, like this shit was like Thanksgiving. And it made me feel good too, because like, you know, the shelters in my area were clearly taking good care of the homeless, which was very nice to see. And yeah, all the staff members there were really cool. Vince was like, you know, telling me about some of them, and you know, we're all like getting along, and it was a very nice, wholesome like dinner, right? Now I'm eating a cheeseburger, right? Vince made cheeseburgers. I was eating one of his cheeseburgers, and I was like, dude, this shit's fire. And he was like, thanks, man. And I was like really, like, it's really good. He's like, thank you. He's like, yeah, I made the burgers, I made the mashed potatoes, the mac, the french fries, the rolls, the cookies, and the brownies. And I was like, holy shit, you made a lot of food. He's like, yeah, man, like, I like to make sure I take care of everybody. And I was like, damn, good on you, dude. And yeah, you know, it was a very nice dinner. Now, after we finished dinner, there was also dessert, because, you know, he made like cookies and brownies, and some of the other staff made cheesecake and all this stuff, right? And everyone went up for desserts. Now, me, wanted to be supportive of my homie, Vince. I got one of his cookies, and I noticed that I was the only one that got a cookie. Literally everyone else went for the cheesecake and this other cake they had and pie. They went for all this other stuff, and the cookies were just kind of sitting there. And these cookies were fucking huge, and they looked delicious, so I definitely grabbed one of those. That's what I went for. And I went back to the table, I sat down, I took a bite of it, and immediately I looked at Vince in the eyes. He looks at me, and you could see it on my face. He's like, is it okay? Is something wrong with it? Because I was making this face, and he's like, dude, like, what's wrong? And I was like, dude, this shit is amazing. And bro, it was. It tasted so good. One of the best cookies I've ever had in my entire fucking life. So good. And I was like, dude, this is fire. And he's like, oh, bro, thank you. I was like, of course, man. Like, what did you make this with? He's like, bro, just standard cookie stuff. Like, literally the same thing you'd make cookies with. I'm like, well, whatever it is, man, it's gas. He's like, thanks, man. Now, after everybody finished dessert, I helped the staff members clean up the table, pack up the food, put it in the refrigerators, made sure everything was put away and all good. And after that, the dinner was done. And I figured, okay, I should probably get going. You know, I don't want to hang around too long afterwards because I don't work here and they're probably about to be busy the rest of the day and I don't want to get in their way. So let me get going. So I walked up to Vince, I dapped him up. I was like, bro, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. He's like, dude, thank you for helping today. Like, you're the best. I'm like, dude, nah, it's okay. And then another employee came up to me and she was like, hey, you ought to consider volunteering. And I was like, what? She was like, yeah, like you fit right in today. Like you helped us out. You were great. Like you really should consider it. Like if you did, I'd make sure you were approved instantly. Like we all really liked having you here today. Seriously, thank you so much. Really, we appreciate you. You have a wonderful day. I was like, oh, thank you so much. And yeah, I walked out of there feeling pretty good. Can't lie. I was like, wow, what a nice day. Like I did not think my day was going to go like this. Like I was feeling pretty good. Now after this, I went back home and I started working on a YouTube video. And I'm just sitting there in my chair like I am right now with my microphone, record my video, right? And I get about 30 minutes into recording, and all of a sudden, I start feeling strange. Very strange. And it's a familiar strange. It's a kind of strange I've felt before. I start feeling very strange in the stomach, like a little bit of nausea, and a little bit of like cramps. And I start feeling very strange in the mental, like in my head. I felt very brain fog-ish, like very, very cloudy. And like I wasn't 100% all there. Like I wasn't, you know, fully, I don't know, like me, if that makes sense. I felt off, like something was wrong. And I was like, oh man, like maybe I ate too much. So I kind of just like tried to lock back in and keep recording a video. And about 10 minutes later, I felt worse. More nauseous, more cramped in the stomach, and even more brain fog and more like strange feeling. And I was like, what the fuck? And it felt exactly how it would feel sometimes when I would smoke or eat edibles and have a bad time. And I remember thinking to myself, like, why do I feel like this right now? I haven't smoked in a minute. I haven't eaten any edibles. Like, what the fuck's going on with me? Why do I feel like this? And once again, just try to like lock in and keep going. And then like 10 more minutes later, I couldn't even keep going. I couldn't continue with my video. I was too in my head. I was starting to have a panic attack. So I had to like get off my computer, go to my bed and lay down because I was literally starting to have a panic attack. I was just getting too in my head. And I remember laying down in bed, my whole body felt like it was starting to vibrate, which was very, very strange feeling. And I was feeling super stoned and like in a very bad way. And I remember laying there staring up at the ceiling thinking, why do I feel like this? I didn't ingest any weed. And then I started to think about what I ate that day. And the only thing I ate was food at the shelter. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, was something in that food? And then I start to like really think about it. And I'm like, all right, hold on, let's think. Vince made the food that I ate. Vince is a ginormous stoner. Forgot to mention that earlier. Vince is a big stoner. However, Vince is a smart individual. He would not serve food with weed in it to a homeless shelter. So there's no way it was that food. I just don't believe it. And then I started thinking like, hey, maybe it's not weed. Maybe I'm not feeling what I think I'm feeling right now. Maybe I'm just having such a bad panic attack that I'm like convincing myself that it's weed. But then I started thinking about it even more and I was like, nah, this is definitely weed. This feels just like it. Like, nah, it's gotta be. So I end up pulling out my phone and I call Vince. And it rings like 3 or 4 times and it goes right to voicemail after that. And I was like, what the fuck? So I call him again and he ignores me. And I call him again and he ignores me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like earlier he did this to me and I answered. What the hell? Why won't he answer me? And then he texts me and he goes, hold on, man, give me 1 sec. And I was like, all right. And like 5 minutes later, he calls me back. He actually FaceTimed me. And I answer the FaceTime and he pops up on the screen and he's like, yo, man, what's good? And I was like, hey, really weird question. And I would really assume the answer is no here. But did any of the food that you like brought in today may have like accidentally had like THC in it or anything like that? And he's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling so hot right now. Like, I'm feeling like I'm a little, like, messed up. He's like, what, like, high? I was like, yeah, like, really, really uncomfortably high. And he's like, oh, yeah, I can kind of see that. And I was like, what do you mean? And I looked in the camera, and I saw my eyes. I was like, holy shit. And, like, they were just beet red. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm definitely, there's weed in my system right now. And he goes, oh, man. Oh, no. And I was like, what? He goes, dude, I think I made a huge mistake. And I was like, what do you mean, Vince? He's like, dude, I think the cookies might have some in it. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean might have some in it? He goes, dude, I was making the cookies for the shelter. And like, I had a lot of ingredients, man, way more than I needed. So I thought, why not make 2 batches, one for me and one for the shelter? The ones I made for me were edibles. They have THC in them. Yeah, that's probably what you ate. I must have mixed up the batches. Bro, I am so sorry. Like, I'm so fucking sorry. Holy shit. I was like, dude, I don't care about me. Did anybody else eat those cookies? Did any of the staff members eat them? Did any of the people living at the shelter eat them? Like, this could be really bad, Vince. He's like, all right, hold on, I'm gonna go check. And he puts the phone down and he runs away to go check the batch and see if, like, any more are missing. Because at the time, at the dinner, I only ate one of those cookies, and I was the only one to eat a cookie. Like I said earlier in the story, no one was really going for them. They were all going for, like, the cake and the pie and stuff like that. I was the only one to have one. So, yeah, Vince went to go check to make sure that stayed true, that I was the only one that ate one of these things. And I remember for, like, the 2 minutes he was gone, I was just laying there, looking at myself in the phone camera, seeing how stoned I look, and thinking, dude, please let Vince come back and tell me I'm the only one that ate one. Because if he ended up accidentally, like, giving these to a bunch of homeless people and people that work there, he's going to be in so much fucking trouble, it's unreal. Like, bad. And he ends up running back to the phone, like, 2 minutes later, and he's like, yo, all right, so good news and bad news. I was like, all right, what is it? He goes, good news, you're the only one that ate a cookie. Nobody else ate one, it was just you. And I was like, oh, thank fuck. What's the bad news? He goes, well, the bad news is, I need to get them out of here right now, and I don't have a car. And I was like, okay, I'll call you another Uber. I was like, no big deal. I'll just Uber you home. You take the tray with you, get that tray out of there, and then I'll Uber you back to the shelter. He goes, dude, I can't leave. I'm here for the day. I have to help. If I just step out, it's going to look bad. I can't just leave. Like, I could get in trouble for leaving. And I was like, well, dude, you have to get those out of there. You can't have them there. If someone eats one, it could be really bad, man. Like, you got to get that out of there. And he goes, dude, I know, but, like, I don't know what to do. And I was like, dude, I'd say just take the risk and just leave. Like, get rid of it. I'd rather you get in a little bit of trouble at the shelter and, you know, have the boss talk to you than have that tray of cookies sitting there and someone eats them. And while me and him are talking about this, all of a sudden, this lady comes up behind him who worked at the shelter. And I think she was, like, one of his higher-ups, like maybe his boss or something. And I see her, like, come into frame on the camera of the FaceTime. And she looks at Vince with, like, a concerning look. And she goes, what's going on, Vince? Like, everything okay? And I think she said that because he wasn't supposed to be on the phone, and she probably also overheard him, like, freaking out about something. And he looks at the phone, and he goes, let me call you back, Austin, I have to talk to her. And he hangs up the phone. And immediately, I start panicking for Vince, because, you know, I figured he was in trouble. Plus, the fact that I was really stoned also made me extra paranoid. So, yeah, I was pretty freaked out for Vince, I can't lie. And I remember laying there for, like, 30 minutes, just staring at the ceiling, waiting for Vince to call me back. And he just wasn't calling me back. And then finally, like 45 minutes later, I'm just sitting there, laying there, whatever, having a panic attack, basically. He calls me back. And I answer the phone. It was a FaceTime again. And he's outside. And he looks, like, visibly, like, upset. Like, he's, like, red in the face, like he's embarrassed about something, or like he just got yelled at. He didn't look very good. I was like, yo, are you okay? He goes, dude, I just got fired. I was like, what? He goes, yeah, man, I just got fired from the homeless shelter. I was like, what happened? He's like, dude, that lady that came up behind me, she's my boss. I was like, oh, fuck. He's like, yeah, man, she overheard us on the phone and she asked me what was going on. And I told her the truth. I wasn't going to lie to her. I was like, yeah, look, I mixed up these batches. That has THC in it. Luckily, no one's eating them, but I need to get them out of here. And she agreed. She's like, yeah, get those out of here. And also, you get out of here. You're no longer welcome at this shelter. I was like, oh, man, like, I'm so sorry. He's like, dude, it's not your fault. It's mine. Like, I'm an idiot. I mixed up those batches and I shouldn't have done that. Like, I'm an idiot. And I was like, bro, look, at the end of the day, it was a mistake. It was an accident. Was it a stupid one? Yes. But the good news is nobody got hurt except me. And he's like, dude, I'm sorry about that. I'm like, no, I'm fucking with you, man. I'm not hurt. I'm just, you know, I'm the only one that ate one. That's all that matters. You know, at least no one else ate them. He's like, dude, but I'm still sorry. I'm like, I know, it's okay. But like, listen, bro, the important thing is no one at the shelter ate them. And that's the most important thing. And bro, like, I'm sorry you got fired. He's like, nah, man, honestly, it's my fault. Like, it really is. It's my mistake. And I was like, yeah, but still, you know, it still sucks. I know you really enjoyed volunteering there. He's like, yeah, it's all right. I'll just, I'll learn and I'll be better. And I was like, yeah, man. And then right after I said, yeah, man, like right afterwards, and real quick, warning, I'm about to talk about something gross. Right after I said, yeah, man, I just like projectile vomited randomly and just made a fucking mess. And I'm on the phone still on FaceTime, and Vince sees this, and he's like, yo, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, man, I think the cookie fucked my stomach up a little bit. I've been kind of getting, like, cramps and nausea, like, you know, ever since, you know, I started to feel this, and yeah, there it is. I feel better now. He goes, dude, I'm coming over. And I was like, bro, it's okay, really, you don't have to. He's like, nah, fuck that, man. I'm gonna come over and make sure you're good. And he hangs up, and I get up, I had to, like, clean my bed sheets, put them in the laundry. I had to, like, take a quick shower because it was on me. It was disgusting, bro. Like, I was so embarrassed. I really was. I was so embarrassed. Like, throwing up on yourself on camera in front of your friend, like, on accident. Dude, it was just so nasty. The good news was my stomach instantly felt better. Like, after that, I was no longer having that horrible nausea and, like, cramping I was having. That was an instant, you know, relief. So that was good. Anyway, after I took a shower and I was, like, you know, all cleaned up, Vince pulled up and he came inside and he, like, walked in. He's like, bro, you good? You all right? And he actually had a Gatorade with him. He bought a Gatorade on the way to my house. And he's like, here. And he gives it to me. I was like, oh, thank you, man. And we ended up hanging out that whole day. And Vince low-key, like, took care of me like a good-ass friend because he knew how shitty I felt. And yeah, man, Vince was the GOAT. He got me food, got me dinner. Like, he, like, picked it up from some store. Like, had that for me, got me water. Took care of my dogs the whole day while I just kind of, like, laid on the couch and chilled because I was just having such a bad, like, high. And I was still, like, you know, kind of just really out of it. And, yeah, the rest of that day was relatively normal for the most part. And I think Vince also just felt really bad about what happened. I think that's also why he wanted to, like, make sure I was good and, you know, look after me for a little bit. But anyway, as for Vince, yeah, he got fired from the shelter. However, there is a happy ending for him. 3 months later, he got rehired as a volunteer. Yeah, 3 months later, he bumped into his boss out at some, like, public event or something. And he apologized to her again about what happened, and she apologized for firing him immediately. And she offered him his position back at the shelter, which honestly, that really surprised me. And it also really surprised Vince. I remember talking to him on the phone about it after he got his position back, and he was like, dude, I don't think I deserve it back. Like, I made a fucking royal mistake. I can't believe I got it back. But, you know, best believe I'm not going to fuck this up ever again. And he was right, because to this day, he's still there, and he has not made a single mistake since. And I don't think he's gonna. I think from now on, he's never gonna make 2 batches of cookies for him and cookies for the shelter ever again, or any kind of food like that. And I think he's gonna, like, completely stay locked in, because he knows how important that is, and how stupid of a mistake it was. Now, I think this leads to a very simple moral of the story. Moral of the story is, don't do what Vince did. You know, if you work at a shelter, or you work anywhere where you make food for people, do not make the same mistake Vince did. It's that simple. Just make normal food. But yeah, guys, that is the story. Overall, a very wild one in my opinion, a very interesting one that I thought you would all enjoy listening to. I hope you guys did enjoy it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. Feel free to leave your story times and comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you later. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna feel numb. Ashes in the sink, another line till I'm done. Mama said pray, but the Lord never comes, so I go through hell, cause I know it's where I'm from. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far, wonderful night. My day's going pretty good. I cooked my sleep schedule again, but that's just to be expected from me at this point. We all know that. But yeah, I'm back today. Got a video for you. Pretty good one in my opinion. I think you all very much enjoy it. If you guys do, leave a like on the video. Also, I haven't promoted it in a couple days, but check out my new song. I'll put it first link in the description. Would really appreciate if you checked it out. Anyway, let's jump into it. So this story time actually takes place a few years ago. Not too long ago, kind of a semi-recent story time. Yeah, a few years ago. Now, around this time, I was doing pretty much the same thing I do now. I just had a cooked sleep schedule. I'd wake up, either work on a video or eat breakfast, and then from there I would just go about my day, do whatever, right? My daily routine has been pretty much the same thing for like literally a decade. It's really not changed at all. You know, I live a very simple life and I'm very grateful thanks to y'all. Anyway, I woke up on this day like any other day at a very cooked hour. I think it was like 4 p.m. Got up out of bed, went downstairs, took my dogs out, came back upstairs, ordered some breakfast, worked on a video for a little bit, you know, just chilled for the first couple hours of the day doing what I normally would do, right? And after that was all done, and I was just sitting in my chair editing my video, I was like, hey, after this, what should I get up to? Should I just sit here all day and, you know, do nothing? Should I hit up a friend and do something with one of them? You know, what should I do? And I thought, you know what? I should probably be social today. I haven't seen any of my friends in a while. Let me hit up a good friend of mine. So I hit up a good homie of mine. We'll call this homie Joey. I hit up Joey, and I was like, yo, what are you up to today? Now, Joey normally would be working. Like, usually when I hit him up, he'd just be like, sorry, man, I got work. Because he would work a lot. I mean, that dude had like 2 jobs. One was 40 hours a week. The other one was like part-time. So he was always working. Always, bro. Always. So I thought he would say no. But very luckily, I caught him on like the one day off he's had in probably like fucking months. And he hit me back and he's like, yeah, man, I'm down to hang out. And I was like, hell yeah, dude. Like, pull up whenever. And a couple hours later, he pulled up. Yeah, he pulled up to my house. I think at this point, it was probably like, I don't know, like 8 p.m. or something. I don't know. It was like later in the evening. I remember that. And he pulls up. We hung out at my house for like an hour. And then after that, we left my house and went to a bar in the city. And I don't really drink or anything, and neither does he, but we didn't know what else to do. So we just went to this bar, ordered some food, had like 1 beer. And then after that, we left the bar and we were driving back to my house. And I thought we were just going to like stop hanging out. But all of a sudden, Joey gets a phone call from a friend of ours. And we'll call this other friend Alex. He answers Alex's call. He's like, what's up, Alex? And Alex is like, yo, what are you doing? And I like chimed in. I was like, what's up, pussy? And he goes, is that Austin? Are y'all together right now? And I was like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, yo, y'all want to link up? I was going to hit Joey up to kick it. And if you're there, you should pull up too. And Joey's like, yeah, I'm down. I'm off tonight, so fuck it. And Alex wanted us to pull up and pick him up and go to a party together. Now, I haven't been to a party in quite a while, and the person whose party it was, we knew them. And a lot of people that were going to be at this party and stuff, I knew. So I was down to go. I was like, fuck it, I'll go. And Joey was down. So we did. We went, we scooped Alex, went to this party, and we spent the next like 3 to 4 hours at this house, my friend's house, just like enjoying this party. Now, this isn't like the previous party stories I've told in this channel where, you know, like something goes wrong, like the party gets shut down by the police or something, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like that. The party itself was actually very, very normal and very, very fun. Not very big either. Not a lot of people there. Pretty low-key party. But afterwards is really where things get interesting. So after the party was over, Joey was a little bit fucked up. He drank a little bit too much. He was very drunk, and so was Alex. So neither of them could drive home. Now, I didn't drink at the party. I was fine. And Alex looks over at me, and he's like, yo, just drive me and Joey home. And I was like, nah. He goes, what? Why not? I'm like, I'm not driving Joey's car. Joey has an incredibly nice car. That thing was way too nice. I didn't trust myself to drive it. And on top of that, I don't really drive like that. So I was just like, nah, I haven't drove in a while. I don't really want to drive Joey's car. It's too nice. And they were like getting at me about it. They were like, dude, like, come on. Like, we got to go home. Like, come on. I was like, bro, I'll just get us an Uber. I'll pay for it. Like, it's on me. I'll get us an Uber XL. It'll be nice. It'll be fine. And they didn't want to do it for some reason. They didn't want me to call the Uber. And I basically just told them, I'm like, look, I'm not driving. Either take the Uber that I'm going to call or we walk home. And for some reason, they loved that idea. They were like, oh, like, it's a nice night out. Let's just fucking walk. We live close. And I was like, what? Really? And they weren't joking. They actually do live pretty close. Joey and Alex's houses were like a mile away. So, like, we could walk. And they wanted to. I was like, you know what, man? Fine. If you guys want to walk back and, you know, leave your car here and we come get it tomorrow or whatever, fine. And that's what they wanted to do. So we left the party and we started walking towards Alex's house first. And it started off fine. You know, we're enjoying ourselves. You know, they're joking around about some random bullshit. I was pretty much like their babysitter because I was still sober and they weren't. But luckily, they weren't the kind of people when they get drunk that are like really hard to handle. You know, they were actually pretty easygoing when they would drink. They were just like silly, so it was fine, right? And yeah, we're just having a nice chill walk. When all of a sudden, two police cars coming down the main street. They come speeding down, right? And they fly by us going really fast. And I was like, oh shit, like must be something going on. That's what I thought, right? And I remember Alex looked over at me and he made a joke about it. He's like, oh, fuck, they're coming to get us. Something like that, right? And I laughed about it. And then all of a sudden, at the end of the street where the cop cars, you know, were going, I see one of them stop and do a really fast U-turn. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why are they coming back this way? And they're coming right towards me and my friends. And I thought to myself, it's no big deal. Like, they're just, you know, probably going the other directions. It's faster, right? And then I see the other car do a U-turn, right? And he's following. And this car, the first cop car, pulls up right next to me and my friends and slams on their brakes. And I remember like me, Alex, and Joey, we all looked at each other like, what the fuck? And this dude on his like speaker, like of his car, like the fucking megaphone thing, whatever it is, yells at us to like put our hands up. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? And then he gets out of his car. And he tells me first to like put my hands behind my back and start walking towards him. So I do, and he immediately cuffs me. And while he's doing that, I was like, sir, I don't know what's going on right now, but like, I think you have like the wrong people. Like, we didn't do anything. We're coming back from a party right now. He's like, don't talk, please. Stay quiet. And I was like, okay. And in my head, I'm thinking like, dude, this is fucked. I'm about to go to jail and spend the night or multiple nights in jail for some crime I didn't commit. Like, what does this guy think I did? Like, what's going on right now? And this other cop pulls up, starts helping the other cop, handcuffing my friends. You know, he sits us all down on the curb. And Alex and Joey, they're all doing the same thing I was. Like, you have like the wrong people. Like, we didn't do anything. And the cops are saying the same thing every time. They're like, stop talking, hold on. And one by one, the cops like stand us up and like search us and they sit us back down. And Joey keeps trying to talk to them. Every time, like, there's silence, Joey keeps trying to yap and be like, you have the wrong people. And they're telling him like, shut up, stop talking. And he's just not listening. And it gets to a point where they end up taking Joey and putting him in the back of a car because he literally just won't stop yapping. And we tried to tell him to not do that, but unfortunately he just wouldn't listen. Anyway, eventually, like 10 minutes later or something, another cop pulls up. And I'm assuming this one was like the supervisor or something, because immediately these two other cops start talking to him and giving him like an update. And the supervisor walks over to us and kind of like looks us up and down. And he points to me and he goes, "You, come with me." And I stand up and he walks me over to his car. And he has me stand right in front of it. And he's like, "Can I see your ID?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's in my wallet. It's in my front pocket." And he grabbed it and he like takes it out, looks at it. And they had already ID'd me before, the two other cops, forgot to mention that. But this guy hadn't yet, I don't know. So he looks at it. After that, puts it back in my wallet, whatever, gives it back to me. And he's like, "Look, so we got a call about a convenience store up the street. It had gotten broken into and robbed. And the owner on the camera saw 3 gentlemen and they all matched your guys' description identically. They said there was one gentleman with curly blonde hair," and he points to me, kind of insinuating like, you know, me. And he said there was one gentleman wearing a black graphic hoodie, Joey. And then he said there was another gentleman wearing a blue t-shirt, Alex. And all of that was true. That's exactly what we had on. And the fact that 3 people in a similar age category robbed a store wearing the same outfits pretty much is really insane to think about. But anyway, after the cop tells me this, I was like, "Sir, I didn't rob any store. My friends didn't rob any store. Like, you have to believe us. We're not the people you're looking for." And he goes, "No, I know. It's okay. Calm down. You're not in any trouble. We're going to let you go. My officers just had it wrong, okay? We realized this because literally right after they cuffed you 5 minutes later, we found the actual people." And I was like, "Oh, thank fuck." And then I thought about it for a second. I was like, wait a minute. If they never found the actual people, would we have just like went to jail? And I actually ended up asking him that. And he was like, no, we're not going to put you in jail for a crime you didn't commit. Like, there's obviously factors at play here other than just looking like the criminals. But, you know, initially we thought you were them and that's why we cuffed you. And I was like, "I understand." And he ends up bringing me back over to my friends. They uncuff Alex. They get Joey out of the cop car. They uncuff him. And I realize on Joey's face, he has tears coming down it. I felt so bad for him, man. He probably thought his life was over. Thought he was probably going to jail for some crazy shit that he didn't even do. Yeah, he's got tears coming down his face, probably because he thought he was going to jail. And yeah, after that, the cops apologized to us. The 2 officers that initially cuffed us said sorry and told us that they hope, you know, we have a good night and that they're sorry, whatever. And they got in their cars and they left. And it was just us and the supervisor now. And the supervisor was like, "Yep, once again, sorry, boys. You guys have a good rest of your night. Hope we didn't freak you out too bad. You have a good rest of your night." And we're like, "Yep, you too." And he gets in the car and he drives off. And Joey, keep in mind, I've never seen this dude cry in my life. I've been friends with him forever. Like, I've known him for many, many years. Just breaks down into tears. Starts crying hysterically. And me and Alex kind of like kneel down and we're like, "Dude, like, you good, man? Like, dude, calm down. It's okay. Like, we're good. Like, it was a misunderstanding. We're good. Everything's fine." And he's like, "Dude, I thought I was going to fucking jail." And I was like, "I know, man. I know, but it's all right. Like, calm down." And we had to like talk him down. Like, he was really freaking out. And honestly, if I had to guess, it was probably the alcohol. You know, that's probably what was making him cry so much, because like, it just makes you more emotional, I feel like. But anyway, after like 10 minutes, he chilled out. He stopped crying. He was good. And I looked up at Alex and he was like, "Dude, like, I can't believe that just happened." And I was like, "Yeah, man, me neither." And he's like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." And I was like, "Yeah, I agree." And we start walking. We start, you know, continuing our journey back towards their houses so they can, you know, go home and chill out. And we got to Joey's house first, right? We make sure he goes inside okay. He gets in. He's all right. And then from there, we start walking to Alex's house. Now, Alex was practically Joey's neighbor. It was not a far, you know, walk or whatever. And we got there within like probably like 10 minutes, right? We get there, he goes inside, and at this point, it's just me. Alex and Joey are safely home. The night has come to a peaceful conclusion, so I thought, and I could just go home. So I went to the end of Alex's driveway into like the street under a street light, because he lives on a very quiet neighborhood road. No one's really driving through there this time of night. And I start calling an Uber. And I remember the Uber that I called was like 5 minutes away. And right after I called the Uber, I put my phone in my pocket. I'm just kind of sitting there, looking up at the stars, taking in the night, you know, just being like, "Damn, man, like, what a crazy night. I'm so happy it's over." And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see headlights coming down the street. And I look to my right and I see that it's an SUV. And I was like, "Damn, like, my Uber got here quick. I thought it was going to be 5 minutes, but that was way faster." And all of a sudden, as it's getting closer, I see lights on top of the car turn on. Police lights. And I was like, no fucking way. And this SUV pulls up to me, this police car, and the door opens, And it's just this other police officer who gets out of the car. Not the ones from earlier, a different one. And he goes, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm okay." He goes, "What are you doing out here just standing in the road in the middle of the night?" And I was like, "Waiting for an Uber?" He goes, "Waiting for an Uber? How far away is your Uber?" And I was like, "Just a few minutes." He goes, "Why are you waiting in the street like that?" And I was like, "I'm sorry." And I stepped off the street. And it's not like there was a sidewalk or anything. Like if there was a sidewalk, I would have waited on that. And he's like, "Can I see some ID?" And I was like, "Sure." So I gave him my ID. And while he's looking at it, like reading it over, he goes, "Why do you seem so panicky?" And I was like, "What? What do you mean?" He's like, "You seem like extra paranoid or something. You like up to something tonight?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "You sure?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'm just a little bit nervous because I just talked to 3 of your other officers." He goes, "Who?" And I was like, "I don't know their names, but I just spoke to literally 2 officers and I think a supervisor." And he was like, "About what?" And I was like, "Me and my friends, my 2 friends that I just dropped off basically, we matched the description as some like robbery or something, and they handcuffed us thinking we were like the robbers. But no, like they let us go, we're fine. And when I saw you pulling up, I was like, oh no, here we go again." And the officer's like, "Wait a minute, up on," and he says the street name. I was like, "Yeah, that street, that's where we were." He's like, "Oh yeah, I heard about that on the radio. That had to have been pretty scary." I was like, "Yeah." And once he heard about that, he went a little bit, chiller on me. He wasn't so like paranoid and, like coming at me about what I was doing. And he gave me my ID back and he's like, "All right, have a great night." I was like, "You too." And he gets in his car and he drives off. A couple minutes later, the Uber pulls up. I get into the Uber. My Uber driver was super cool. I got in the car and like I started talking to him about what happened and he was like laughing about it and like telling me stories and shit too. And really cool dude, really cool. Anyway, yeah, the Uber ride home was very normal. I got home, walked inside my house and proceeded to just lay down with my dogs and just chill. I was like, "Yo, I'm not going outside for the rest of the night. I'm going to hang out and just enjoy my peaceful alone time." And I remember the whole rest of that week pretty much, I just didn't do shit. I just stayed inside and worked on videos and did nothing because like I was not in the mood to like socialize after that. My social battery was 0. Because like, dude, it was terrifying. You know what I mean? Like just be walking home with your friends, having a nice night, thinking the night's about to be over. And all of a sudden you're getting put in cuffs and they think you broke into a store. Like, it's terrifying, man. And the crazy thing about this is this story time isn't even like the only one of its kind. I've told another story where like something very similar happened. It's not the first time that I matched the description to a criminal and got like cuffed for it and they thought that I was them. But luckily, both times I was fine. They let me go. They knew that it wasn't, what they thought it was. It was all good. But yeah, usually at the end of these stories, when we go, moral of the story is, I don't really know what the moral of the story is, like they just thought we were a bunch of criminals when we weren't. And in the end, we were fine. I guess the moral of the story is take the Uber, like we could have just Ubered home and this all could have been avoided. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, in the end, very crazy, very wild story. Thought you guys would enjoy hearing about it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below and subscribe if you're new. I'll see you later. Peace.
I don't wanna talk, I just wanna feel numb. Ashes in the sink, another line till I'm done. Mama said pray, but the Lord never comes. So I go through hell, cause I know it's where I'm from.
Yo, what's good everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. My day's going pretty good, not bad at all. But yeah, so today's story, it's an interesting one, alright? I say that every video, but I usually think it is. Today's story is one of a kind, and I think you all will very much enjoy it. If you do, leave a like on the video, and let's jump into it. So, today's story, it all takes place quite a while ago. This takes place when I was 19. Now, at 19 years old, I was living out in California. I had my place in LA, my apartment. I was mainly out there for most of my time. But as I've talked about it in previous videos, I would come back to my hometown in New York a lot and visit family and friends and hang out pretty frequently, right? And when this story time takes place, that's exactly what I was doing. I was back in New York. And I was visiting New York for about a month. And most of that month was great. Really no complaints, nothing to really talk about, except for the last week of being there. Something takes place that was very much story time worthy. So, this starts off as a normal day, right? I'm in my room, and when I say my room, I mean my actual room. It was literally my childhood bedroom that I grew up in as a kid. I was staying with my mom at her house for the month that I was back in New York instead of renting an Airbnb. So yeah, I woke up in my childhood room. I remember like just sitting there, petting my dog for a little bit because she was laying with me. I was scrolling Twitter for a little bit, just waking up. And I knew I wanted to do something on this day. I didn't know what, but I knew I wanted to get out of the house and get up to something. So while I was waking up, I texted a couple friends of mine in a group chat that we had, and I was like, yo, anyone want to hang out today? And both of them were down, which was pretty rare. Usually at least one of them had to bail or like had work or something. So I was surprised that both of them were around on this day. But yeah, they were. And we made plans to go see a movie at 6 p.m. And then after the movie, we were going to go skate. There was a skate park in our hometown that was low-key abandoned, so no one really upkept it anymore. And there wasn't like security or anything. So you could kind of just go there all hours of the night. So we thought, okay, after we're done seeing the movie, it'll probably be like 8 or 9 p.m. and we'll just go skate at this abandoned skate park for a couple of hours. And then, we'll all go home, right? So yeah, fast forward to 6 p.m. My friends came and picked me up. We went and saw the movie. That was great. Nothing to talk about there. But after the movie is really where this truly begins. So we're walking out of the movie theater, right? And it's an absolutely beautiful night in New York. Like straight up, like clear skies, like 70 degrees outside, very warm, perfect temperature, just beautiful out. And one of my friends looks at me and he's like, yo, what if we skated to the skate park? Now, I didn't want to do that, to be honest, because it was a long ride. It was at least 2 miles. And I know when I say it out loud, it doesn't sound that long, but when you have a car right in front of you, it's just so much easier to drive there. And I also didn't want to like use all my energy getting there. If I skate 2 miles to a skate park, by the time I get to the park, I just kind of want to like chill and not skate as much. I'd rather use every mile I skate at the skate park itself than getting to the skate park, Plus, like, I wasn't a kid anymore, I was 19. This was different at like 15 or 16 because we didn't have cars yet. Back then we kind of had to skate where we wanted to go because we didn't have cars, but yeah, it was different now. Honestly, the more I talk about it, the lazier and fucking lazier I sound, so I'm just gonna shut up. But yeah, my friend wanted to skate there, I didn't want to skate there, and my other friend, he was kind of indifferent on it. He didn't really care. He left it up to us. He was like, you guys figure it out, I'll do whatever. And I ended up just giving in and being like, you know what, fuck it, we'll skate there. And that's what we did. We skateboarded the 2 miles to the park, got to the park, and we started skating. And just as I thought, I was low-key already kind of tired of skating by the time we got there. Because the skate ride there is very uphill. And skating uphill just sucks even harder than skating in general. So yeah, I was pretty tired, I can't lie. But nonetheless, even though I was tired, even though I was kind of already out of energy, I didn't let it get to me too much. I kind of just powered through and kept skating, trying to enjoy myself, right? And I did. When we were at the park, it was actually a very fun time, and we all had a lot of fun, right? Good time. Now, we ended up skating there for no joke, like 3 hours. And by the time we got done, it was pretty late at night. I remember looking down at my phone, and I'm pretty sure it was like 11:30 or like almost midnight or something. And I was like, holy shit. And it was time to go. All of us were tired. We were all skated out. We didn't really want to skate anymore. And I would consider it a pretty successful skate session. No one got hurt. We all, did pretty good. I was excited and I was happy to call it there, right? Now, as we're all talking at the end of the skate session, we're all like, about to leave. I had a realization. The skate park that we were at, this abandoned skate park, was only 1.5 miles from my house. And it was 2 miles back to the car. And I thought to myself, you know what? Why don't I just skate home? If we're going to skate 2 miles back to the car anyway, I could save myself 0.5 mile by just skating directly home by myself. So that's what I did. I told my friends, I was like, yo, I don't live too far from here. I'm just going to skate home from here. It would just make more sense to do that and skate home than to skate all the way back to the car and then have you drive me home. So I'm going to skate back by myself. And my friends were like, all right, bet, man. And I dapped them up and we went our separate ways. They started skating one direction back towards the car. I started skating the other towards my house. And I set off on my journey, right? Now, about 0.5 mile into the ride, everything's fine, I'm just bumping music. I had music playing through my phone speaker. I had it in my pocket. Nice warm air hitting my face. I'm loving it, right? It's a nice night. Everything's going good. And then all of a sudden, like I said, about 0.5 mile into the journey, I hear a voice behind me yell, yo! And I stop and I turn around, and in the middle of the street, standing under one of the streetlights, very creepy looking, there's just this man. And I don't see his face because he's so far away and it's so dark. But he's just standing there waving at me. And it really creeped me out initially, I can't lie. But I waved back because I'm a nice guy. And I was like, hello. And then he goes, Austin. And in my head, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how does he know my name? And I was like, hello? And he goes, dude, what's up? And then I realized his voice sounds really familiar. And I'm like, wait a minute, I know who this is. It was one of my old elementary school homies that I was friends with to this day. Like, this dude is a legend. And I was like, holy shit, Cody? He's like, yo, what's up? And he like runs up to me, gives me a hug. He's like, bro, I had no idea you were in town, bro. I thought you were still out in California. And I was like, yeah, dude, what's up? He's like, what the fuck are you doing here? I was like, just visiting family. And I was like, wait a minute. what the fuck are you doing here, bro? Why are you just like standing under a streetlight menacingly waiting for someone to go by? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, dude, I came out here to grab my mail and like I saw you skating, and I was like, surely that's not Austin, but it was. And I was like, who the fuck grabs their mail at midnight? He's like, bro, I just woke up. My sleep schedule's fucking cooked. And I was like, honestly, man, feel that. And we both started talking about just life and what had been going on with us recently. And it was a really, really nice interaction, right? Really, really cool. And after we talked for a while, he was like, yo, I'm actually having a bonfire right now with my cousin in the backyard. Do you want to come hang out with us? And I can't lie, I was down for it. I hadn't seen Cody in a minute. The weather was really nice. The night was still young. I was like, yeah, man, sure. So I went into his backyard with him, sat down with him and his cousin, dapped his cousin up, and we just started chatting. And we ended up hanging out for no joke 2 hours back there. Before I knew it, dude, it was like 2:15 a.m. I looked down at my phone, I saw the time, and I was like, oh shit, man, I gotta go. And he's like, yeah, man, like, do you need a ride? And I was like, nah, man, I'm only like a mile away from my house. I'm just gonna skate. He goes, you sure? And I was like, yeah, I'm good. And I dapped both Cody and his cousin up. I thanked them for having me, and I went off back onto my journey skateboarding home. And now, I can't lie, it was a little bit creepier. Now that it was like 2 a.m. and it was later on at night, I was feeling a little bit more uneasy about the journey back home. And I remember when I got onto the road and I started skating, I kind of started to have some second thoughts. I was like, damn, maybe I should have took Cody up on that ride home. Like, that probably would have been, you know, like, nice right now. It's kind of creepy outside. But I thought to myself, Austin, you're 19 now. Don't be a pussy. Like, there's no monsters gonna jump out of the bushes and get you. Like, you're gonna be fine. Just skate home. You'll get home safe. You're in a safe area. Calm down, man. And I kind of locked in and just started skating. And just like before, I'm listening to music. I'm skating. I get about a half a mile into it. And everything's going fine. When all of a sudden, I start feeling really weird. And when I say really weird, I mean like strange physically. I start getting really, really dizzy. My mouth starts feeling kind of dry. And I remember thinking to myself, like, what's going on with me right now? Like, am I about to pass out? And right when I had that thought, I start getting really dizzy. I mean, the world like starts spinning. And I just stop. I like stopped skating. I got off my board and I sat down on my board in the middle of the road. And I was like, whoa, like, I do not feel good right now. And then I thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. I'm in the middle of the street right now. I need to get out of the street. So if I pass out in the middle of the night on a street, I'm going to get hit by a car. So I quickly like ran over to the sidewalk and I sit down over there. And I ended up having to lay down. I laid down in the grass next to the sidewalk because literally I felt like I was about to pass out. And like 10 minutes goes by and I still feel like that. I just feel like on the verge of passing out. I'm super dizzy. And like, if I had to guess, I'm assuming it was because I had no water that night. Like, I literally went to a movie, ate popcorn and shit, junk food, then skated 2 miles to a skate park, skated at the skate park for, you know, a few hours. And then I skated like half a mile, hung out with my friend for a couple hours. Like, and this whole time I had no water in my system. I wasn't drinking any water, which is so stupid. If you're ever doing anything remotely physical, and just in general, you should be drinking water. So don't be like me back then. So yeah, I remember laying there and thinking to myself, like, damn, I really should have just like taken my friend up on that ride. I should have just like not skated home. And you know what's funny? Looking back, I probably could have called him and been like, yo, dude, I don't feel that good. I'm laying down right now in the grass. Can you come get me? And he would have happily got me. I mean, I was literally half a mile down his road. Like, it literally would have been fine. But for some reason, I just didn't want to be a bother. So I didn't call him. I also probably could have called my other friends, like my initial homies I hung out with, and they would have got me too. But I just, for some reason, didn't want to be a bother, and I didn't call them, which was stupid looking back. I should have did that. But I thought, you know what? I'll just lay in the grass, and when I feel good enough, I'll get back up, and I'll finish the journey. And that's what I did. A few minutes later, I started to feel a little bit less dizzy, finally, after laying there for quite a while, and I thought, all right, it's time. So I got up, I got back on my board, I started skating, and like 5 minutes into the ride, I start feeling like shit again. Super dizzy, verge of passing out, not good, right? And off in the distance, I see a grocery store. And this grocery store was usually 24/7. Like, they were always open all the time. And I thought, okay, perfect. I'll just go to that grocery store. I'll buy a Gatorade or a water or something. I'll drink it. I'll rehydrate. I'll feel better. And then I'll finish my journey home. I only have like a little over a half a mile left anyway. Like, that's nothing. It'll be fine, right? So I end up getting off my board and I slowly walk over to this grocery store. And when I get to the front of it, it's fucking closed. This place, I shit you not, from when I was a child all the way until I was 19, was open 24/7. Literally, since I was a baby, this place was always open. And of course, that month, They had changed their hours. I looked it up online, and they literally changed their hours that month to close at midnight. And I remember being like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are we for real right now? And I just sat down on a bench out front in front of this grocery store. I just kind of like put my head down on my knees for a little bit because that felt good and made me less dizzy. And yeah, I end up sitting down on this bench. I got my head down and I'm like sitting there for about 5 minutes when all of a sudden I hear a car pulling up to me and I hear them lay on their horn super long and it scares the shit out of me. And I remember I like jumped up and they weren't stopping. They were like still laying on their horn. And I like yelled. I like looked at their car and I yelled and threw my hands up and I was like, what? And they roll their window down. And it's this lady, and she looks at me and she goes, sir, what are you doing out here? And I was like sitting down, getting some energy back before I skate home. And she goes, the store is closed. You're not allowed to be out here right now. And I remember just looking at her and being like, who is this lady? Because she looked really familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Like I swear I'd seen her before, but I couldn't figure it out. And I remember looking at her for a couple of seconds and she was like, hello, can you hear me? And I was like, yeah, sorry. Look, I know I'm not supposed to be here right now. I just had a really, really bad, like, dizzy spell. I thought I was about to pass out. I came here for a water, and they're closed. So I'm just sitting down for a few minutes until I, feel a bit better, and I'm going to skate home. And she goes, you don't have a car? I was like, no, I don't have a car. I have my skateboard. That's it. And she goes, okay, well, you really should keep it moving. And I was like, all right, don't worry, I will. Thanks for checking in. And I, like, go back to putting my head down on my knees, and I sit down. And I just still hear her car running right in front of me. Like she's just sitting there parked. And I can hear the car, right? And after like a minute, I look up and she's just staring at me out the window. And she's giving me like kind of a dirty look. And I was like, yes. And she goes, are you going to go? And I was like, are you? And she was like, yeah, when you start going. And I was like, didn't you just hear what I said? Like, I don't feel good. Can you just give me a few minutes? She goes, yeah, I'll give you a few. I was like, you really don't trust me. You're going to sit here and wait. And she goes, yep. And I was like, you're making me more nervous and like probably making me more dizzy by sitting here and just like staring at me. And she goes, I don't care. I don't trust you. And I was like, what do you think I'm going to do? And she goes, maybe you'll break into the grocery store. And I was like, break into the grocery store? And she's like, yeah, maybe you'll take that skateboard and you'll bust a window out and you'll just go in there and steal stuff. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to break a window. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to steal all the fresh produce. And she gave me like a really scared look, like I was being serious. And I was like, I'm literally joking. I'm being sarcastic. And she goes, well, I don't know that. I don't know who you are. And I was like, whatever. And I go back to like put my head down. And she goes, how much longer are you going to sit here? And I was like, lady, I don't know. At least 5 more minutes. I don't feel good. I don't want to pass out and hit my head on the concrete. And she goes, do you need an ambulance? I was like, no, I'm fine. And she goes, well, can you call someone to pick you up? I was like, I literally live half a mile down the road. I'm not calling someone at this hour to come pick me up. I'll be fine. And she goes, well, you want to get my car? I'll drive you home. I was like, I appreciate it, but no thank you. And she's like, what? Why not? And I was like, well, first of all, you're a complete stranger. I don't know you, and I don't really feel safe getting into your car in the middle of the night. And second of all, you made it pretty clear that you don't really trust me and you think I'm up to no good, so me getting in your car would probably just make you nervous, and I'm not trying to do that. And she was like, well, just don't do anything weird and we won't have a problem. And I was like, really, it's fine. I'm just going to walk home in a little bit or skate. And I shit you not, she goes, either get on your skateboard and leave right now, or get in my car, or I'm calling the police. And I was like, okay, I'm not doing either of those right now. I don't feel good, so call the police. And she goes, okay. And she pulls out her phone and she starts dialing 911. And while she's doing that, I asked her, I was like, do you work for the store or something? Like, why are you so like adamant on getting me out of here? And she was like, I live in the neighborhood. I was driving by and I saw you sitting out here and I love this store. I don't want anything happening to it. And I was like, okay, well, rest assured, nothing will, but fair enough. Call the police. She goes, I am. And I see her like put the phone up to her ear. And then a few seconds later, she's like, yeah, so I'm outside of, and she says the grocery store's name. She's like, I'm outside of, and there's this strange gentleman sitting on the bench out front, and he's claiming he's not feeling well, but he's not letting me take him home, and he's, not leaving, and I don't trust him. I think he's going to do something. So please, like, get an officer over here immediately. And I couldn't hear what the operator asked her after she said this, but I'm assuming it was along the lines of, like, what do you think he's going to do? Because then this woman was like, I don't know, but he really is giving me a bad feeling, and I just feel unsafe with him here. Please send an officer. And she keeps talking to the police, and she's answering questions, and at one point I heard her say, I don't want to leave. So I'm pretty sure on the phone they were telling her to like go home and not worry about it, but I don't know. Anyway, about 5 minutes later, an officer pulls into the parking lot in his like police SUV, and he drives right up to us. He gets out of the car, He puts his lights on so like people like know there's something going on. And he gets out and he walks up to this woman first in her car and he goes, hey, like, what's going on? And I hear her start to talk to him. And she's like, look, I saw him sitting here in the middle of the night as I was driving by. I just had a really bad feeling. I pulled over to talk to him, and upon talking to him, he's giving me a very, very, very bad feeling. I just don't like this at all. I want him to go home, and he's not leaving. He claims he lives like half a mile away, but I don't believe him. And she's just telling this cop all this stuff, right? I'm just sitting there shaking my head. And she just keeps going. I shit you not, she probably talks for like 5 to 10 minutes to this cop about all this stuff and how she's like nervous about me being there. And finally, the cop like puts his hand up. He's like, all right, listen, relax, calm down. Let me go talk to him. And the cop turns around. He walks over to me. He goes, hey, how you doing tonight? I was like, hey, man. And he goes, what's your name? And I was like, Austin. I said my last name. And he goes, do you have some ID? And I was like, yeah. And I pull out my ID. I show it to him. He gives it back to me. And he goes, so what's going on? And I was like, look, man, I was skating home from a friend's house. I'm about a half a mile from my house. I started to feel extremely dizzy. I was like, man, at one point I had to literally lay in the grass next to the sidewalk just to feel okay. And after that happened, I came over here to try and get a drink, but I realized they were closed. So I sat down on the bench for a few minutes just to like put my head down and try and, you know, feel better when this lady pulls up and starts telling me to leave. And look, I know I'm probably not supposed to be here after hours sitting in their parking lot like this on the bench. But like, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not bothering anybody. I planned on leaving extremely soon. I'm not going to stay here all night. I just didn't feel good and I didn't want to pass out on my skateboard or when I was walking and hit my head on the street or the concrete or something. Like, you know, I didn't want that to happen. And the officer's reaction was not what I expected. He was so cool about it. He was like, no, that's completely understandable. I would have done the same thing. Like, I don't want you passing out and hitting your head either. Hang tight. And he turned around, walked over to his car, grabbed a bottle of water out of it, walked back over to me, handed it to me, and let me sit there and like sip this water. And while I was doing that, he was telling me, he's like, look, man, yeah, I mean, technically, should you be out here after hours in front of the store like this? I mean, probably not. But look, like, you're not hurting anybody. You're not doing anything wrong. How about this? How about you hop in the car with me? I'll give you a ride home. I'm like, really? Like, you don't have to do that. He goes, no, seriously, it's fine. I'm like, all right, I appreciate it. He goes, okay, just wait here for a sec. I'll let you know when to get in. I'm like, okay. He turns around and he goes over to the lady and he starts talking to her and he's telling her what's going on. And I hear her, I shit you not, say the words, shouldn't he be arrested for trespassing? And I remember I like looked at her, like I like moved my head to the left and I like looked past the cop at her and she sees me making eye contact and I like shrugged my shoulders like what the fuck? What are you trying to get me arrested? Like what the hell? I didn't say that, but that's kind of what my body, you know, language said. And the cop goes, no, I'm not going to arrest him for trespassing. He's just sitting on a bench, you know, not feeling very good. He just wants to go home and couldn't get home safely. Now I'm going to make sure he does get home safely. And then randomly, out of nowhere, after he says this, he goes, can I see your license and registration? And her face like changed. She looked like nervous all of a sudden. And she goes, yeah, sure. And I see her like reach into like her pants, grab her wallet, and she reaches over to the glove compartment, grabs her registration, and she hands it to the cop. And the cop's like trying to look at it and read it, but it's dark out. And she goes, "My name is," and she says her name. She goes, "I know it's kind of hard to read right now." And when she said her name, it all came coming back to me. I was like, holy fucking shit. That is my middle school principal. And immediately I had to say something. I was like, wait a minute, do you work at this middle school? And she goes, "Yeah, how do you know that?" And I was like, "I was one of your students. Do you remember me? I'm Austin." I said my name. And she goes, "Oh, hey." Like, she looked so unhappy to see me. And I was actually kind of disappointed because in middle school, she was always pretty nice. I remember her being relatively chill. And she was always very nice to me whenever I went to the principal's office. Like, I always thought she was like actually a pretty enjoyable person to be around. So I was very disappointed to see the way that like she was acting towards me on this night. You know, it was very disappointing. Anyway, the cop like turned and looked at me and then looked back at her. And he was like, "What the heck? Like, you guys went to the same school?" And I was like, "Yeah, she was my principal." He's like, "Huh, small world." And then right after that, he like goes back to his car for a little bit, tells her to hang tight. And he comes back like 10 minutes later. And I hear him tell her, "Hey, your registration's expired. You can't be driving with this." And she goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I meant to like renew it. You know, like, I'm so sorry." And he goes, "Yeah, like, that's not going to fly." And he gave her a fucking ticket. Dude, she got a fine for having an expired registration. And she started crashing out. She was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I call you here because I'm trying to protect the community and I get a ticket?" And the cop's like, "Well, yeah, you know, that gentleman's not hurting anybody. He's not doing anything wrong. And we've already established a solution. And then I just happened to stumble across the fact that your registration was expired. And, you know, that's not okay either. So, yeah, you're getting a ticket." And she goes, "This is fucking bullshit, whatever." And he goes on to explain to her, like, you know, how to pay it or whatever, and like, you know, what she needs to do. And a few minutes later, they go their separate ways. He tells her to have a good night. She says, "Yeah, you too," very sarcastically. And she drives off. And while she drove off, she looked out the window and she gave me a very dirty look, which was not very nice of her, but whatever. And after this, the officer turned around, smiled at me. He's like, "All right, man, hop in." And I get in the car with him, and he drove me home. It was literally like a 2-minute drive. It was very quick. Like I said, it was like half a mile away, so it was easy. But yeah, he drove me back home, dropped me off in my driveway, told me to have a wonderful night. I was like, "You too, officer." And he drove away. And I remember going back inside, laying in my bed, and like looking up at the ceiling and being like, man, what a wonderful cherry on top to end the night. You know, like, just what a wonderful way to end the night. And I remember texting my group chat right before I went to sleep and being like, "Yo, like, tomorrow, like, one of you has to call me, bro. I have a crazy story." And the next morning rolled around and they did call me, and I told them, and they were like in disbelief. They were like, "What the fuck?" Because my two friends, the ones I initially hung out with and like went to the skate park with, they went to that same middle school. So like they knew her and like they couldn't believe it either. But yeah, man, in the end, everything was okay. I got some water. I felt better. Got a ride home from a very nice police officer, one of the chillest cops I've ever met in my life. And I went home. I laid down. I felt great. The dizziness went away and I was fine. Everything was fine. It all worked out in the end. You know, looking back, my principal, you know, I think if she went about the situation differently, it would have worked out a lot better for her. Because I don't think her intentions initially were bad. I think she genuinely was just concerned about like this local store that she lived in near and wanted to make sure nothing was going to happen. Like, even though I was kind of offended that she was like accusing me of such a thing, you know, I still understood that she was just like concerned. And she even offered me a ride home. So I thought, okay, maybe she really does just like want to make sure everything's okay. But I don't know, then she got kind of like malicious about it, and I didn't like that. I didn't like that she threatened me either. She was like, you know, either get on your board or get in the car or I'm calling the police. Like, just the way she went about it, nah, not it. But yeah, moral of the story is, well, there's probably quite a few of them, but you know, if you're doing physical activity, make sure you're drinking water, first of all, because you don't want to get dizzy and almost pass out like me. And if a friend offers you a ride home and it's late at night, might be a good idea to just take the ride home, you know, because it's pretty sketchy riding home late at night. Even if you're an adult and you think you can handle it, it's kind of sketchy. And then also, if you see somebody outside and you don't necessarily trust them a whole lot, don't do what my principal did and start pulling up and, you know, like threatening them. Like, don't do that. I don't know. There's probably a lot of lessons to be learned in this story. I think in the end, just don't do anything that was talked about in this story. We shouldn't even went to that abandoned skate park. We weren't even supposed to be there technically. So just don't do anything I talked about in this story. Besides going to the movies with your friends. That part was fine. But yeah, guys, that's the story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times and comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. I'll see you all later. Peace.
I don't wanna talk, I just wanna feel numb. Ashes in the sink, another line till I'm done. Mama said pray, but the Lord never comes. So I go through hell, cause I know it's where I'm from.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. My day is going pretty good, Yeah, I just got back from a cookout, had some burgers, hot dogs, enjoyed the weather. It was pretty cool, man. I hope you guys are having a good Sunday. I kind of just messed up my voice. I was practicing screaming. Literally 90% of what I listen to on my own time is just metal. So, like, I've been trying to make music like that just for fun. And I hurt my voice a little bit. So if at any point it starts to sound weird in this video, that's why. It sounds fine right now, but like earlier it didn't. So it might do that again. So if I start sounding like I swallowed a fucking cactus, that's why. Anyway, today's story time, man. It's a good one. I think you all will very much enjoy it. I've completely forgot about this one. This is just one that I completely forgot about. Usually the videos I make on this channel, the stories I tell, it's stuff that I've had in the vault for a long time, and I've, like, you know, been ready to tell it for a long time and just been holding on to it. This is completely the opposite. I literally forgot about this until today. I was talking to a friend of mine at the cookout, and like I literally like remembered this while we were telling stories to each other. And I thought you guys would all really enjoy it. So let's get into it. So today's story time, it all starts off as a regular day back when I was 17. Now 17-year-old Luna, life was going pretty good, okay? YouTube was absolutely blowing up at the time. I was out of school at this time. I was spending most of my days either just making videos or hanging out with friends. And on this day, when the story time takes place, was one of those days where I was just hanging out with friends. I had my video done for the day. I had made my video the night before. So I had the entire next day just to hang out with my buddies and hang out and, you know, like do whatever we want to do, right? So yeah, I wake up. This all starts off as a normal day. I get up out of bed. Like I said, I had plans to hang out with my friends on this day. So that's what the plan was. I got up out of bed, took a shower, got ready. I didn't have to meet up with my friends until about 1 p.m. So I remember I had some time to kill. So I just jumped on Xbox for a little bit and just like played some Call of Duty. Didn't really do much. And then 1 p.m. rolled around and my friend came over and picked me up. Now I forgot to mention, around this time it was summer. So all my friends that were still in school were on break. So my homie that came and picked me up, we'll call him Ryan. Ryan was on break. Picks me up and we didn't know what we wanted to do. I remember when he picked me up, we both just didn't have a plan. And like any other day when we didn't have a plan, there was two things we'd either do, skate or go to the mall. So we chose to go to the mall. I remember it was very hot outside and we did not feel like skating in like the 90-degree heat. So we just went to the mall. And about 20 minutes into being at the mall, we quickly realized that was boring as fuck. So we went back to his car, got in the car, and then just started driving around aimlessly listening to music as we normally would do. Just driving around doing nothing, right? Now, about 30 minutes later, while we're just driving around, another friend of ours texted me. We'll call his friend Nick. Nick texts me, and he goes, "Yo, what's good?" And I reply, and I was like, "What's good, man? Nothing much, just hanging out with Ryan." He goes, "Yo, are you guys down to scoop?" Now, we were down for that. Ryan wanted to hang out with Nick. I wanted to hang out with Nick. So the next thing you know, we're on the way to pick up Nick. And we get to his house, he gets in the car, and we start driving around with him. Now, we decided after about an hour of just driving around that we have to go do something. We were so bored. So we decided to say fuck it and skate in the 90-degree heat. So we went back to Ryan's house, grabbed some of his decks because we didn't have ours on us, me and Nick. So we used Ryan's. And we went to a skate park that we had never been to before. This skate park was newly built. It was pretty big. And I had been meaning to check it out for a while. Like, I remember it was probably built 3 months prior to us going there. And for the last, like, 3 months, I kept looking at it online and, like, seeing clips of it and just, like, thinking, man, that place looks sick. I gotta check it out. So finally, I was getting to do that, and I was doing that with my boys. So that was cool. Now, we pull up to the skate park. It was about 20 minutes from Ryan's house. We get there. We get out of the car. We go into the skate park. We start skating. And it was pretty sick. I can't lie. It was a very cool park. A lot of cool ramps. A lot of cool things set up there. However, I have one complaint. The park was fucking packed. There was so many fucking people there skating. It was just insane. Like, so many people. Like, if you want to go down a ramp or, like, drop in on something, you had to wait, like, 1 to, like, 5 minutes on every ramp because there was literally a line on some of these ramps, which was usually not the case at skate parks where I live. You know, it's not usually like that. But, yeah, that's how it was. And I remember at one point, me and my friends, Ryan and Nick, we kind of, like, low-key gave up. It was just so packed and so chaotic and like so hard to do anything. Even if you went down a ramp, there was like people in your way and stuff. We thought, you know what? Let's just like chill for a little bit. So we went to a nearby picnic table that was right on the outskirts of the park where like people could go and like eat lunch or whatever, like in between skating. So we sat down at this picnic table. And I remember just sitting there not knowing like what to do next. It was hot as fuck. It was like 90 degrees out. We're all sweating. We're over skating, but we didn't know what else to do. And at one point, Ryan looks over at me and he's like, "Yo, what you thinking, man?" And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, any ideas like what we should do next? And I was like, honestly, bro, no. But all I know is I need some shade. Like either we gotta like leave and get in the car and like put the AC on, or like go do something else that's got shade. And Ryan goes, do you guys want to go sit in the woods over there? And he points to this woods behind the skate park. And me and Nick both looked at him and like looked at each other. And I was like, what? And Ryan's like, yeah, like you want to go sit in the woods over there? And I was like, Ryan, why would we want to go sit in the woods? It's just going to be the same thing as it is now. Just hot and sweaty, but with more mosquitoes. And Ryan goes, you said you wanted shade. That's where there's shade. And I was like, fair enough, I guess, but I don't know. And then Ryan's like, all right. Truth is, I just want to hit my vape and I can't do it here. And I was like, why not? It's a vape. We're outside. And he points to a sign by the table that says no smoking. I was like, all right, man, if you want to go in the woods, we can go in there. So we get up and we walk into the woods. And right when you walked into the woods, there was a big knocked down tree. And we just sat on that tree trunk. And Ryan starts hitting his vape. And back then, this was the era of like the box mods. So like he was hitting this big box mod vape, blowing these fucking huge clouds and being super obnoxious with it. And I remember while he was sitting there vaping, me and Nick were just on our phones. And my phone, I realized, was on 10%. I thought, shit, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be using my phone right now. I should probably conserve the battery. So I ended up putting my phone just on sleep and putting it in my pocket. And I just kind of started like aimlessly looking around the woods. Just kind of looking around, taking in the beauty of the forest, I can't lie, I felt like shit. I was sweaty, I was hot. It was just so miserable outside, so muggy. But I'm just looking around the woods, right? Trying to take it all in. And while I'm looking around the woods, I noticed something. I see in the distance this like building. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I pointed at it and I told Ryan, I'm like, look at that. And Ryan's like, what the fuck? And then Nick looks at it and he's like, what the fuck is that over there? And I was like, it looks like a abandoned building or something. Because you can kind of see in the distance, like the part you could see looked run down. So we all got up and we started walking towards this building because we were curious. And as it got closer and closer and closer, we realized, oh shit, yeah, this is definitely an abandoned building and a very big one at that, like very, very big. And when we got really close, I realized this place used to be a fucking hotel. Like, giant hotel, dude. And it was in the middle of the woods. And it had been abandoned and sitting there for so long that this woods had grown around it. This place, no joke, probably had to have been abandoned for decades. Like, it was insane. The only reason I even knew it was a hotel was, one, the building shape and, like, how big it was. But there was a little, like, parking / like, security booth thing in the front. And inside, there was an engraved logo, like, on the wall. And that logo was for a hotel. I recognized it immediately. I knew which hotel it was. And yeah, I was like, holy shit. Now, after we kind of took a look around the exterior of the building and walked around it a couple times, Nick looked over at both me and Ryan, and he goes, yo, are y'all thinking what I'm thinking? And I was like, what are you thinking? And he's like, do you want to go in? And Ryan's like, I'm down. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And we walked right in the front door. That's how abandoned this place was. The front door was just busted and nothing was boarding it up. So we walked right in. And upon walking in, we quickly realized this place was fucked. Like, it was so fucked up. The ceiling was falling down in certain areas. There was holes in all the walls, graffiti everywhere, paint was peeling. There was probably tons of asbestos in this building and lead paint and a bunch of shit we shouldn't have been breathing in. And that leads me to my next point. Don't go to abandoned buildings for that reason. It's not safe. But yeah, we were in there and it was pretty grungy, right? Now, after we explored the whole like first floor, ground floor, whatever you want to call it, Nick wants to go up to the second floor. And I didn't want to do that. I was like, nah, I'm good. And Nick's like, why not? And I was like, because bro, this place is fucking old and I don't want to fall through the floor. Because that's how old this place really was. Like, you could see the ceiling caving in all over the place. Like, I didn't want to go on that second floor because I knew there was a very high chance one of us would fall through it. And Ryan agreed with me. Ryan was like, yeah, man, I'm not going up there. That shit's sketch as fuck. Absolutely not. And Nick's like, you know what? Y'all are being pussies. I'm going up. And we're like, all right, fine. So Nick starts going upstairs. And me and Ryan kind of looked at each other. And we kind of had that, like, no man left behind kind of mentality. So we just went with him. We went up with him. Even though we didn't want to go up there and we were, like, very sketched out. We didn't want him to go up there alone and, you know, be by himself. Because then we thought maybe, like, he'd encounter something or somebody. So we thought we'd go with him, which we shouldn't have did. Adding weight to that floor was not a good idea, but we did. And yeah, we followed him up the stairs. And when we get onto the second floor, exactly what I expected. It was sketch as fuck. Every step I took, Every room I went into, it was creaking on the floor, and I felt like I was gonna fall through. But luckily, that didn't happen. No one fell through the floor, unlike other stories. However, that doesn't mean something bad didn't happen. So about 5 minutes after getting onto the second floor, my phone starts ringing. Yeah, my phone starts ringing, and I look down, and it was my girlfriend at the time. Now, I didn't want to ignore her, so I answered it. And when I answered the phone, before I could even say hello, she starts screaming at me. And I mean yelling at me, like pissed off, yelling at me, accusing me of cheating on her. And I was so confused because, like, I didn't cheat on her, obviously. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you looking at? And she goes, I saw it on Instagram. Like, your other girl, whoever you're hanging out with, she posted it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she hangs up on me and then sends me a link, a text message, to an Instagram post. And I open it, and it's an Instagram post that some random girl posted of her and her boyfriend's, like, feet, like their shoes, like touching their toes together, right? And the dude, his legs and his shoes, they looked like mine. He had like skinny jeans on, that's what I used to wear back then. He had like black Vans, and that's exactly the same ones I used to wear. And they're like touching toes in the photo, and she tagged me on her boyfriend's shoes. This random girl, she tags me. I don't know why she did that. Maybe she was a viewer and she thought it was like, oh, it kind of looks like Austin's shoes, I'll tag him. Or maybe it was like just an accident. Maybe her boyfriend's name was Luna and she tagged me on accident. I don't know. I just don't know to this day why she did that. But my girlfriend saw it on my tagged posts on Instagram because those are public. And she started freaking out, thinking I was cheating on her. So I called my girlfriend back and I was like, look, that is not me in that photo. I know his shoes and his legs like look like mine, but like they're not mine. I swear, like it's not me. And she's like, I don't want to hear it. You're fucking lying through your teeth. And I was like, no, I'm not. And she was arguing with me so hard and like so angry at me that I had to step away from Nick and Ryan. I stepped away and I walked down the hallway of this second floor into this random hotel abandoned room and sat down on one of these abandoned chairs and just started like trying to convince my girlfriend that I wasn't cheating on her. And she didn't believe me at all. And me and her kept talking back and forth for 15 minutes until randomly the conversation just goes dead. She stops talking mid-sentence. And I was like, hello, like, can you hear me? And she's not responding. And I look and my fucking phone died. I forgot that it was on like 10% earlier in the day and it died. I was like, oh shit. So I get up to go back to where my friends were at, and I walk over to that area on the second floor, and they're just gone. My friends just left me up there. And I was like, what the fuck, where'd they go? So I walked down the second floor hallway into like the other part of the building, not there. I walk back down the other way, I go downstairs, they're not there. And I was like, what the fuck, like did they leave me in here? Did they go like in some room? So I go back upstairs and I start going through all the rooms on the second floor thinking that maybe they're in one of those rooms. And I just can't find them. They're just gone. And I was like, what the fuck, where are they? And I searched, I shit you not, every open door on the second floor. And they were in none of those rooms. So I end up giving up on the second floor, going back down to the first, and I start searching rooms down there. The first floor was primarily like check-in and like the kitchen area, but there was a couple hallways that had old abandoned hotel rooms. So I went down those hallways, I started checking those doors, like going into those rooms. And most of the doors were open. There were a couple that were closed and I tried the handles and they just didn't open. So I ignored those. And I kept exploring these rooms looking for my friends. And the first hallway, there was nothing. And then I got to the second hallway on the first floor. And I go through the first 4 rooms, nothing there. And then I get to the 5th one. Door's wide open, right? It's already open. I poke my head in there to see if my friends are in there. And guess what? I see somebody, but it is not any of my friends. It's not Nick, it's not Ryan. It is a homeless man sleeping on one of these abandoned bed frames with like a makeshift bed that he created. He had like a sleeping bag laid over it and some other stuff on top of it. And he's sound asleep. He's just knocked the fuck out, snoring. And I quietly tiptoe away from the door, and I turn around and I start running down the hallway towards the entrance / exit of the hotel. And I run out of the exit. I go into the parking lot, or what was once the parking lot, and I'm like catching my breath, like coming down from the anxiety I was having. I didn't expect to see a guy sleeping in one of those rooms. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see something coming towards me. And I look to my left, and I see, once again, a person, but it's not my friends, and it's not the homeless guy I just saw. It's a fucking police officer. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, I just can't get any luckier today, can I? And this officer walks up to me, and he can clearly see I'm out of breath and looking very panicked. And he goes, "Are you okay? Hey man, chill, like, are you alright?" And I was like, "I'm fine." And this guy, you could tell he was a younger police officer, probably like late 20s, early 30s, like, you know, younger dude. I could tell by him saying chill, like, you know, usually an older cop wouldn't say that. And I tell him, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm good." And he goes, "Are you sure? You're looking pretty panicked. What's going on?" And I was like, "I was just running and I'm out of breath." He goes, "Why were you running?" And I was like, "I thought I was in trouble." He goes, "Why would you be in trouble?" And I was like, "All right, look, I snuck into that abandoned hotel. I saw a homeless guy sleeping in there. I freaked out. I ran away." And he goes, "Man, why would you go in there?" And I was like, "I don't know. I'm stupid. And I was curious. I want to see what it looked like." He goes, "Yeah, well, guess what? It looks like shit inside." And I was like, "Yeah, you're right about that." He goes, "Yeah, there's probably more than one homeless person sleeping in there. So yeah, it's really not a place for a teenager like yourself to be exploring and playing around in, you know? Like, you should not be going in buildings like that." And I was like, I know, you're right, I'm sorry." And he goes, "Are you alone?" And as he asked that, like literally right afterwards, I turn around to look to see if my friends are anywhere near me, and I see both of them, Nick and Ryan, coming out of the entrance/exit we walked in from. And they're both giggling, laughing, having a great time. And then I see Nick make eye contact with me, and then the police officer, and then Ryan does the same, and they both just wipe the smile off their faces immediately. And they, like, you know, lock in, and they walk up to us, and Nick goes, "Hey, officer." And the cop goes, "Hey, are you friends with this gentleman?" He points to me. And Nick's like, "Yeah, he's my friend." And the officer goes, "Were you guys all exploring that building together?" And Nick's like, "Yeah." And the officer goes, "Okay, well, that's why I'm here. Someone reported you guys. They said they saw some kids going towards the hotel, so I'm here making sure you guys are safe and not going in there. And clearly you already did, so maybe a good idea to never do it again?" And he points to me. I could tell that Nick and Ryan both look confused. Like, why is this cop pointing to Austin when he said that? And I chuckled and I was like, "Yeah, I won't. Don't worry." And then he points to Nick and Ryan, and he's like, "What about you guys?" And they're like, "No, don't worry, we won't." And the officer goes, "Okay, come with me." And he escorts us through the woods, out of the woods, back to the skate park, back to where our car was, and he watches us get into it, and we leave. And I remember as we were pulling out of the parking lot, me, Nick, and Ryan, Nick looked at me and he goes, "Dude, how the fuck did somebody see us going to that hotel? We were literally alone." And that was a great point. We literally were in these woods, by ourselves, nobody around. I looked around like no one was there, and somehow someone saw us going towards the hotel. I don't know who. Maybe someone just saw us go into the woods and thought, "Hey, that's where that hotel is. That's where they're going." And then they reported us. I don't know. Very confused about that to this day. Anyway, on our way back towards Ryan's house, I told him about what happened. I was like, "Yo, where the fuck were y'all? Like, I literally got lost and I couldn't find you, and I stumbled across a fucking homeless person asleep in one of those rooms." And they were both like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah." And Nick's like, "Holy shit, like, are you fucking with us?" I was like, "No, dude, like, I'm not fucking with you. I saw a homeless guy sound asleep in one of the rooms on the first floor. Where were y'all?" And Nick's like, "Dude, we went to the roof. We found like a fire escape. We went up to the roof. That's where we were at." And I was like, "Bro, you could have like told me." And Nick's like, "Well, we tried texting you, but I guess it just didn't deliver." And I was like, "No, my phone was dead." And Nick's like, "Oh, fuck." And right after that, I remembered. I was like, "Oh, shit, my girlfriend. She probably thinks I hung up on her." And they're like, "I am cheating on her." And I remember we went back to Ryan's house. I plugged my phone into his charger, and my phone turned on to, no joke, like probably 50 text messages just ranting to me about how I'm pretty much a terrible partner, like a bad boyfriend. And it all ended off after all these messages with, "I'm done with you." So after my phone turned on and I saw this, I immediately tried to respond, and I was blocked. And I tried to text her off like Nick's phone. She blocked him. So I literally couldn't get in contact with my girl. Well, sorry, now ex-girl. And dude, she dumped me. I couldn't get a hold of her to like explain myself without her blocking me. So I gave it like 2 days, and 2 days later, she unblocked my number. because I tried to text her and it went through. I said hello and it delivered. So she unblocked me and she responded and said, what? And I said, can I explain myself, please? Like, I'm telling you, like, I didn't cheat on you, I swear. And she goes, I don't want to hear it. I already found someone better. 2 days later, she said this. I was like, okay, that was quick. Have fun. And I left it at that, dude. If someone can replace you in 2 days, they probably weren't worth it in the first place. So yeah, I just moved on. I was like, fuck it. And yeah, that's how it all ended. I got lost from my friends in an abandoned hotel, saw a homeless guy sleeping, ran out of panic, saw a police officer, we got caught by the cops, went home, got dumped. All in all, a very eventful day. An eventful story, I must say. And I thought you guys would enjoy hearing about it. So, if you guys enjoyed this story time, please leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. I'll see you all later. Peace. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. So, today's story, man, it's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. This is one of those stories that are just creepy, you know? One of the first stories I told on this channel reminds me of this one. It's just a creepy vibe. That's all I'm going to say. And I think a lot of you will really enjoy this. And if you do, please leave a like on the video. And let's just jump into it, man, because I don't really know how else to intro this other than it's a creepy one. So yeah, let's get into it. By the way, check out my new song. I'll put it first, link in the description. Anyway, let's do this. So today's story time. It all starts off back when I was 19 years old. Now around this time, life was pretty simple. I was living out in LA. I had my apartment there. Things were good. Things were going really good. And I remember around this time, I was getting a little bit homesick. This would happen very frequently. I remember after I moved to LA, pretty much within the first like 2 weeks, I started to get homesick. And you know, most people would just kind of like get through it, you know, distract themselves, you know, get used to it, whatever. Me, I would give in to these like homesick feelings very frequently, and I would just fly home. And I was very lucky that I could do that. You know, the fact that I had a career like making YouTube videos for a living as my career made it very easy to do things like that. And I'm very grateful for that. So thank you guys. So yeah, I could kind of just go home and see my family whenever I wanted. And around this time, when I was 19 years old, I started to feel homesick. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to book a flight home and go see my family. So that's what I did. And when I went back home to New York and I saw all my family and I saw all my friends, I realized something. So when I was there, I was hanging out with my one friend Chris a lot, and I actually just talked about Chris in yesterday's story time. This is the same person. Yesterday's story actually reminded me of today's story, so that's why I'm telling this one today. But yeah, me and Chris hung out a lot when I was back in New York, and I realized something. I was like, you know what? I want to bring Chris back to LA with me. He's never been there before. He had actually never been out of our hometown before. He had never flown on a plane, never went anywhere outside of our hometown. So I asked him, I was like, yo, Chris, would you be down to like hop on a plane with me and go back to LA with me for like a few weeks? And he was like, dude, fuck yeah, I'd be honored. And I was like, bet. And he actually thought he was gonna have to pay for everything. But I was like, nah, dude, I'm paying for your ticket. Like, you just crash in my apartment. It'll be cool. He's like, bro, what? Like, you sure? Like, I'll pay for my shit. I'm like, nah, man, it's on me. He's like, dude, thank you. And yeah, I went online that night and I booked me and Chris 2 plane tickets back to LA for the next day. And yeah, when I went back to LA, Chris went with me. And I remember getting on the plane and like Chris was like geeking out. He was like, dude, this is so crazy. Like, I've never been on a plane before. This is wild. He was like opening, closing the window and shit. And he was so excited. That was the coolest part about this. It was like watching like a kid go on vacation for the first time. Like, he was just so excited. And honestly, it was so wholesome. I was so happy for him. And he kept thanking me and thanking me. He's like, dude, like, I'll pay you back. I'm like, no, bro, it's all good. It's on me. Like, thanks for coming with me. He's like, dude, no, like, thanks for inviting me. It was very wholesome. And yeah, the plane takes off. We get up in the air. Chris, like I said, is just geeking out. He's loving it. He's taking videos from his phone and stuff. And he was excited, which was good. I'm happy he was excited and not nervous, because honestly, I thought he was going to be very nervous because, you know, first time flying across the country, staying somewhere for like 2 to 3 weeks. Like, you know, he was not nervous at all, which was very surprising to me. If it were me, I'd probably be nervous. But no, he wasn't. He was just only excited. Anyway, we fly to LA, right? We get there. We get to LAX, get our bags, go back to my apartment. We Uber there, get to my apartment, get inside. And I quickly realized something upon arriving in my apartment. My little 1-bedroom apartment was not going to be enough for me and Chris. Now, technically, would it be enough to fit both of us? Obviously, yes. Chris could sleep in the living room. I'd sleep in my bedroom. But I stood there and I looked around and I was like, you know, do I really want Chris's first experience in LA to be in a cramped apartment, you know, in a living room on a couch? Not even on a couch, actually. It was a love sack / like beanbag thing. I was like, do I really want his first experience in LA and first vacation to be like that? Fuck no. I want my friend's first vacation experience to be fucking sick. So I told him, I was like, you know what, man? We're not staying here. He's like, what? What do you mean? I was like, I'm gonna get us an Airbnb. He's like, bro, that's too much money. Like, it's fine, bro. Like, this is great. This is cool enough. Your apartment's sick. And I could tell he meant it. I could tell he was completely fine with the way things were. But I don't know, man. Something in my brain was just like, nah, man. Like, go big or go home. Like, I'm getting an Airbnb. So I got an Airbnb. I went online. I found this really cool looking Airbnb up in the hills. And it was pretty expensive, I can't lie. But I only got it for 2 nights. So it's not like it wasn't affordable, and it'd be a lot worse if I stayed there for like a week or something. But 2 nights was not bad at all. And I told him not to worry about the cost, that I got it covered. And once again, he was very thankful. Chris was like super stoked about it. And when we got our stuff together and we Ubered to the Airbnb, Chris lost his fucking mind. Like, when we pulled up to this house and he saw where we'd be staying, he started jumping up and down, like freaking out, putting his hands on his head, like, what the fuck? This place is crazy. And we went inside and we like toured it. And the host was actually with us, like giving us the tour. And she was laughing her ass off because Chris was like absolutely just freaking out. And something I realized while we were getting this tour from the host, this place was a lot bigger than the Airbnb listing made it look. I thought it was just like a 2 to 3 bedroom house. But it turns out in the backyard where the pool was, there was a pool house / like guest house. And it wasn't very big. It wasn't like ginormous or anything, but it was a whole nother like little house. And I was like, oh shit, like this is a lot of space for just 2 people. So after we got this tour and we checked in, I thought, you know what? Let me like ask around my friends in LA if they want to come stay here. Because literally it was that much space that we just didn't need all of it. So I made a group chat with like 3 of my closest LA homies, and I was like, yo, I got this house, this Airbnb for a couple of days. Me and my boy Chris, my hometown homie, are staying in it. And we kind of realized that we have a lot more space than we need. So if any of you want to come crash either tonight or tomorrow, it's on me. And everybody in the group chat was like, I'm there both nights. Everyone was down for it. And within 20 minutes, all 3 of them pulled up. And luckily, there was enough room for all of them. You know, it was a 3-bedroom house, I believe, and then there was that, like, pool house. So almost everybody got a bedroom. One person had to take the couch in the living room, but that in itself was pretty much a bedroom anyway, because it folded out into a queen-size bed, the couch. And there was, like, walls you could put up, so it was kind of, like, secluded. So literally, it's pretty much like everyone had their own bedroom. It was perfect, right? And the first night in the house was awesome. We bumped music loud as fuck, because there was, like, no neighbors in the area, so we just, like, listened to music as loud as we wanted outside. We jumped in the pool, jumped in the hot tub, you know, got some pizza delivered. It was like just a perfect night, man. Beautiful weather outside, nice view of the hills. I remember sitting in that hot tub that night and like looking out at the hills and be like, dude, I fucking made it, man. Like, this is so sick. And it's funny because it wasn't even my house or like my place technically. It was just a rental, but like it felt cool, man. It felt cool to be with some of my best friends, one of my hometown best friends and my LA best friends, in a hot tub, overlooking the beautiful hills, having my dream job. It was a very like nice, just peak moment in life, right? I was very happy. And as you all know, when things are going good for me, sometimes something has to come along and fuck it up. So like I said, the first night was perfect. Let's fast forward to the next day. I wake up in my bedroom. It's like 11 a.m. I woke up at a pretty decent hour for my standards. And I hear something really strange behind me. It sounds like something is tapping on the wall behind me. Like behind the bed frame, behind where I was laying down. It sounds like something is like in the wall, right? Now here's the thing. I fell asleep in the pool house. So I wasn't even in the main house. I was in this like little house outside. So it's not like somebody was in a room over or something, you know? Like if it was the main house, I'd be like, oh, no big deal. It's just, you know, Chris in the room over, like getting ready. Maybe he bumped the wall or something. No, I was in my own secluded little home outside. And the only thing neighboring those walls was the outdoors. So I thought, okay, maybe like a tree like tapped the house or something. Or like maybe an animal's outside, like a squirrel. So I remember I got up and I like opened the sliding glass door to this house. And I like walked outside around the corner to where like I heard the noise. And there was just nothing there. Nothing at all. No tree nearby that could have hit it or like tapped the wall. No squirrel, no animal. But honestly, I didn't freak out. I was like, dude, it was definitely an animal or something just walking along the wall outside. Like, no big deal, right? So I walked back inside and I continue kind of just like waking up and getting ready for my day. I took a shower, got dressed, all that, right? And I remember after I got dressed and I was done showering, I was sitting on my bed just like scrolling my phone, and I heard that noise again. It sounded like something was in the wall behind me. This time it wasn't like a tapping sound, it was like a shuffling sound. Like it literally sounded like an animal was in the wall. So I end up putting my ear up to the drywall and I listen. And I could hear it very clearly. It sounds like something's moving around in there. And I thought to myself, like, shit, maybe an animal is like living in the drywall or something, you know? Because like that can happen. Sometimes animals can get into walls, you know, mice, rats, you know, something, you know? But I thought about it and I was like, you know what? It's not my problem. Like, I'm literally leaving this house tomorrow. I'll tell the owner about it when I leave, but like, I don't need her to come out here right now and like freak out about it. It's not a big deal, right? I can deal with it. So after this, I left the guest house, pool house, whatever you want to call it, and I went to the main house and I walked upstairs and all of my friends were at the dinner table eating breakfast. They like DoorDash some breakfast or something, or Uber Eats something, and they're like eating some sort of breakfast, right? From some local place. And I sit down at the table with them, I say good morning, and we all get to chatting. We all start talking, right? And Chris looks at me and he's like, yo, like, what do you want to do today? And I was like, I was thinking maybe we like do a little bit of shopping. I'll take you to like Fairfax. Because around this time, me and Chris were like super into like hype beast clothes and shit like that. And Fairfax Avenue had like all those kind of stores like Supreme and like resale stores and stuff. And they had like the Golf Wang store. So yeah, it was cool. It was cool, right? So yeah, after they got done eating and I ate a little something, we all headed out. We all jumped in an Uber and we went to Fairfax. And when we got there, we were just walking up and down Fairfax, shopping and stuff, loving life. Things were cool, right? I got like a pair of shoes. And after about an hour or two of hanging out there, we went to some like random like ramen spot because everybody was still hungry for some reason. And we got ramen. And then after that, we went back to the Airbnb. And we just had plans to kind of do the same thing we did the night before. Just kick it by the pool, bump music, maybe order food later when we got hungry again, watch a movie maybe, just like kick it, right? Enjoy life. And that's what we did. We went back to the Airbnb, immediately jumped in the pool, bumping music on the Bluetooth speaker, loving life, right? Well, about 2 hours into doing this, at this point it's probably like evening time. If I had to guess, it was probably like 7 p.m. I realized it was my stepmom's birthday. I was like, oh shit, I have to call my stepmom. So I jumped out of the pool, dried off really quick, ran into the pool house where I was staying, jumped on my bed, pulled out my phone, and I started calling my stepmom. And I was like, you know, waiting for it, it was ringing, and she answers. I was like, hey, like, happy birthday. And she's like, oh, thanks, Austin, like, how you doing, how's California? And I was like, it's great. And we start catching up, you know, I haven't talked to her in like 2 weeks. She's just telling me about my dad, what he's been up to, and I'm telling her about how things are going out in California, what I've been up to. I told her that Chris was with me, that we were having like, you know, kind of a cool vacation at this Airbnb. And she's like, oh, that's awesome. And while I'm talking to her, I start to hear that sound again. That sound of like shuffling in the wall behind me. And this time I just couldn't ignore it. I was like, all right, I have to like look at this. So I stood up and I start moving the bed frame away from the wall. Because I thought, you know, maybe if it's like mice or rats or something, there's a little hole. You know, like maybe there's some sort of like little mouse hole or like rat hole or something behind the bed that I can't see. So I start moving the bed away from the wall to check it out. And my stepmom could hear me doing this. She was like, Austin, what are you doing? I was like, sorry, I keep hearing this noise in the wall behind me, and like I'm curious, so I'm moving the bed away, trying to see if I can like see anything. She goes, oh, okay, well, be careful, don't hurt yourself moving that heavy bed. And I was like, I'll be all right. Now, as soon as I get like the bed, like headrest and like bed frame away from the wall, just a little bit, I see something. I see something absolutely just unbelievable, right? I see a very big hole at the bottom of the wall, right? And I was like, what the fuck is that? And here's the crazy part. When I walk up to the hole and I flick my phone flashlight on, I see, I shit you not, human feet. 2 bare feet. I can also see their ankles, and I'm like, holy shit, there was a person in my wall. Like, laying there. Now, I didn't say this out loud, I just thought it, realized it, whatever, right? And immediately, I turned around, I ran to the sliding glass door, swung it open, closed it, and I ran over to the pool where my friends were. And I was like, everyone get the fuck out of the pool. Get out, get out, get out. We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go right now. Get out, get out. We're leaving, we're leaving. And they're all like, what? What's going on? I'm like, dude, out of the pool. Get the fuck out. And they all get out. They start drying off. And I was like, dude, we gotta go. And I forgot that my phone was still on with my stepmom. And I hear her being like, Austin, what's wrong? I was like, I have to call you back. I have to call the police. And she goes, what? What happened? I was like, I'll tell you later. And I hang up. And immediately, I go to my phone. I start dialing 911. And I'm still trying to like process what I just saw, you know? Because it's like I saw these legs, like this person's legs and these feet, right? They weren't moving though, you know? So there was like this part of my brain that was like, was that like somebody sleeping? Was that like a deceased person? Like, what did I just see? You know, I was hearing noises all day in the wall. So like maybe they were asleep in there? Like what am I dealing with right now? Anyway, I called 911 and immediately told them everything, right? And they were like, all right, hang tight, stay away from the house for now until we get there. I stayed on the phone with them till they arrived. And in the meantime, while I was on the phone with them, I had them on speaker and I was messaging the Airbnb host. And I was like, hey, I'm here at your home. We just discovered a hole in the wall of the pool house and someone's in there. Like I saw human legs, like someone's in there either sleeping or passed out or worse, I don't know, but you might want to get down here. And she's like, oh my gosh, I'm on my way, right? And she tried to call me when she was on the way, but I told her I was already on the phone with the cops, so I couldn't answer her call. Anyway, she actually ended up pulling up before the police. And she tried to like go in the backyard and look, and I was like, don't go back there, like I don't know if it's safe, just don't. She's like, all right. And then the cops pulled up like 2 or 3 minutes later, right? And up until this point, I didn't really get to like talk to my friends about what was going on. They heard the story because I was on the phone talking about it, but I didn't get to like tell them directly. So when the cops got there and they were like walking up, one of my friends looked at me, not Chris, but like one of my LA homies, and he was like, dude, are you fucking with us? And I was like, no, dude, like, I'm not. And right after that, the cop walks up and he goes, hey, like, how you doing? Which one of you is the one that called? And I was like, me. And he was like, hey, so tell us what's going on. And I was like, so in the back, there's a pool house. And behind the bed frame, I kept hearing noises in the wall. And I thought like it was a mouse or something or like a rat. So I pulled the bed away from the wall to see if there was like a hole or something. And there's a hole, but it's not for mice. Like there was a person in a carved out little like secret room back there. And the cop gave me this look of like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, I know. And he was like, all right, we'll take a look. And him and this other police officer start walking back to like the back pool area. And unfortunately, it was kind of out of our sight. So we like lost sight of them and we just had to wait. And like 10 minutes later, both cops come back into the front yard with a random man in handcuffs. And all of my friends, me, the Airbnb host, we're all looking at each other like, what the fuck? And I could kind of tell just off first glance, this guy was probably homeless. And he seeked shelter in this pool house and cut out a little hole in the wall and just like made a secret little room basically. And yeah, they found him in there. And after they put him in the back of the car, handcuffed, they walked over to the Airbnb host and started talking to her. Because realistically, this was her problem. You know, like even though we found it, or I found it, this was her home. You know, like she's the one that gets to like talk to them and really like figure out what's going to happen. And I could kind of overhear them talking. And at one point I heard the host say she wanted to like make sure that they press charges. And the cops are like, okay, like, yeah, no, don't worry. And after this, the host just like kept talking to the police officer. And eventually the other police officer took the guy away, like in the back of the car, drove off with him. And yeah, they're like just talking, right? This police officer and the host of the Airbnb. And they talked for a good like 45 minutes, right? And I didn't really want to like get involved because like I said, it really was like her situation more than mine, even though I like found it. But yeah, after quite a while, the police left. And I remember the host coming up to me and being like, hey, look, I understand if you guys don't want to stay here tonight. Like, I'd be pretty traumatized if I were you. Do you guys want to stay in a different house? And me and my friends were like, no, honestly, it's fine. We'll just stay in the main house tonight. You know, we're just not going to stay in the pool house. And she goes, understandable. And we went to walk back to the pool house together so I could grab my stuff out of that place and then move it into the main house. And while we were in there, I got to get like a quick look into this little like hole where this guy was like living per se. And I'm not gonna lie, man, it was fucking creepy in there. Like I poked my flashlight in like on my phone with my head. And like he really did like find this little like secret hidden room that he cut out for himself. Like there was a lot of space in between the walls. So like he had like a little like secret pod. And it was like just super like terrifying to think that I went to sleep in there that first night and he was
Sleepy Rick says, B.